respect for you, because I think today we're looking at teachers. Everybody here, am I right that to say that these are all school teachers? You're all school teachers? Yeah, some of you are like confused. I don't know. Am I a school teacher? You are school teachers. How many of you are school teachers? So there are those who are not school teachers as well. If you're not school teachers, what do you do in the school system? Okay, you are from the NIE. We met you all yesterday. Okay, correct. So you all are the ones to oversee the teachers. Not oversee. You support the teachers. You provide the support and resources for the teachers. Okay, excellent. Yeah. So teachers are a very high level of people in my opinion. Have always been. There's old. It's not a joke. It's just something people say at the billionaires and etc. And this businessman, they always like to say, I'm a billionaire, I'm a this, I'm a that. The teacher says, yeah, but I make billionaires. Yeah, so you guys are different levels, so I salute you and I thank you for being here. Wow. No effect. Sound system's working. Okay, cool. It's okay. Okay, cool. Wow. I haven't shared yet. Let me share the screen. So due to how we really respect and admire teachers, this was one of the first AI modules that we put together called AI Teach. The idea was we wanted to do something to really support the teachers as they went about, because we know that the teaching profession, I'm not sure about how it is in Sri Lanka, but in Malaysia, I've got many teacher friends who are, in their own words, I'm just waiting to retire. Sometimes it's the workload, sometimes it's the incompetent Ministry of Education, which constantly changes things, and the teachers have to bear the brunt of all this changing system. Sometimes it's a lot of factors. Yeah. But one thing that doesn't change is they love the students. They love the students and they love the relationship. So I know the workload for teachers is heavy. So this is where we came from and said that one of the first things we want to do with AI is to give it to teachers to make what you do easier. So in fact, before we created this, we sampled a few teachers. We informally asked teachers, what is the one thing in your day-to-day job that you really dislike? And how can I use AI to help you with that? Can anybody guess what was the one thing or two things? You are teachers, so I'm guessing whether you're a teacher in Sri Lanka or you're a teacher in Malaysia, the challenges would pretty much be the same. So what is the one thing that you find that it's the, or maybe you're scared to say it out loud, is it? But okay, just think of it in your head. I will vibe with you. Sorry? Preparation, okay. This is teaching preparation, the teaching prep, okay. Marking text papers, okay, all right. Marking papers. Sorry? Finding new things to keep the class excited. Okay, I'm seeing a real marked difference between your responses and the responses I got from the teachers in Malaysia. The teachers in Malaysia never said anything about the teaching part of it. Nothing about marking, nothing about prep, nothing about finding new things to teach. Those things they enjoyed doing. What they didn't like doing was all the administrative work. Administrative, I don't know, again, I don't know how it is here, but a teacher in Malaysia would have to monitor the attendance for his class or her class, not just monitor the attendance. If the student is missing for 2 or 3 days, it's the teacher's responsibility to go and find the student. Yeah, same thing as well. Okay. And then, like I said, incompetent planning from the top. So in Malaysia, they come up with all kinds of new plans. Somebody purchases a new online system and all the teachers need to go and start keying in data. Is that happening here? No, I hope it doesn't, because sometimes those things take up time. I know of teachers who stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, simply because that is the only time the system is free enough for them to work. They have to upload, they have to key in all the data. How many fellows came to class today? How many fellows did, then the marks, the grades, because they wanted to digitalize or make electronic all the information. So those were the things that the teachers in Malaysia were like, oh God, can you take this away from me? So one of the areas we thought about was this. We really couldn't use AI to alleviate hunger, for example. We really couldn't use AI to reduce poverty in the classroom. But we felt that what we could do is we could use AI to help the teachers do their main job easier, the preparation, the finding new things to teach. The grading, almost there, not 100% yet, but almost there. We felt if we could use AI to help you do this, then it frees you up to focus on the student better. Then you can look into things like his poverty, etc. And poverty in school is something that we all don't want, right? We don't want poverty to stop the kids from coming to school. Reminded of a incident some years ago. This is Malaysia. We used to have one kid who came to school late every day without fail. Every day he's about an hour late. And nothing could change that. Your teacher will scold him, they will cane him, till the next day he came late. So one day took him out separately and said, look, what's wrong with you? Why are you, your parents are poor, you need to come up, you need to do something. Then he's very matter-of-factly, he says, I don't want to come late. But my brother and I are in school. My brother's in the morning school, I'm in the afternoon school. I need to wait for him to come back so I can take the uniform and the shoes and wear it and come to school. Yeah, so those are the kind of things, we don't want that. Right? And this is Malaysia. This is not like Malaysia 100 years ago. This is Malaysia 15, 20 years ago. In the city. So AI cannot solve all the world's problems. But as teachers, you have a very specific role. And if we can use AI to help you reduce your burden a little bit, then that frees you up to do other things that you are passionate about, other things that you want to do. Okay, so that's the purpose of today. Today, through the course of the day, we'll probably introduce you to some tools that can help you. But more than that, I want this to be a very interactive session where I want you to tell me, hey, look, I'm having this problem in school. How can you help me? How can AI help me? Right? I have a plan, but the plan is not cast in cement or anything. That we will go through that plan. But more importantly, I want to address individual or maybe group issues. So if you can, maybe towards the afternoon, we'll group you up and say, let's tackle certain problems. And we'll work together and see how we can use AI to help solve this. But before that, I want you to take out your mobile phones and tell me, what are your expectations? What are you expecting from being here this morning? Oh, no, sorry, being here this whole day. You can, yeah, let me give you something else as well. I like that you all are thinking really hard before saying expectations, because there's only two that's out here now. But good, think carefully. What is the one thing or two things that you really think that you want to take back from here? And it's okay if you don't have any. I don't know, they asked me to come here, so I'm just here to figure out what's happening. That's fine too. Because then that's your expectation. Your expectation is by the end of the day, you would have figured out what's happening. I think I can see, and you can also see a pattern emerging here. I like whoever wrote these expectations. I like that because it's it very much follows our plan for the day. I'll just give it another 2 minutes before. But this thing is available, so you can keep writing your expectations throughout the day. If your expectations suddenly change, also put it there. I'm constantly seeing it. So while you are still thinking and writing your expectations, I want to play a short video for you.
What is going to be the future
Works.
of learning?
Guys,
I do have a plan.
we need your help here.
What is the future of what is going to be
Hence, we are in air conditioning, really nice hotel, everything. Oh, thank you. So, am I echoing? Do I sound like that? So just and then maybe a little closer to us. There was maybe 200 years ago. There was this thought that unless you actually go out and you do everything physically, you're not learning. Everybody had to kind of do everything by hand. And educators said that, no, you have to understand the whole background process in order to learn. But then maybe 100 years ago, the theory was enough. They said mechanical engineers, there's a friend of mine who's an electrical engineer. And she gets really upset when her family says, the air conditioner isn't working, can you go fix it? And she said, I don't know, I'm an electrical engineer, but I don't know how wiring and everything. And they say, what kind of electrical engineer are you? But that is acceptable now because the theory of it is enough. You don't actually have to wear gloves and actually do everything. So, and more recently, even today, there are countries, in fact, let me put this another way. We are all familiar with a software called SPSS, helps us in statistical processing. Now imagine that a student comes up to you and says, I've collected all of my data. Now I'm going to go 3 months, I'm going to spend in the library looking up how to do statistical processing because I'm not a statistician. And I am going to do everything by hand because I want to, that's how I think it should be done, the ethical way. I think more or less everybody over here would say, why don't you use SPSS and then just infer the results from whatever it gives you? And we automatically accept that that is now what is ethical. That entering the data into SPSS and pressing the button, it makes it the student's own work. So now just take everything that I just told you and apply it on generative AI. Very soon, we will come to accept that thinking of a prompt, which Jonathan will explain what a prompt is afterwards, and the thought process that leads to whatever result generative AI gives us makes that result ours. Just like entering cleaning data, entering it into SPSS or NVivo, and then getting a result makes that result ours. So this is just something I want you to keep in mind. Thank you.
the future of learning? I do have a plan, but in order for me to tell you what that plan is, I need to tell you a little story. I used to teach people how to write computer programs in New Delhi 14 years ago. And right next to where I used to work, there was a slum. And I used to think, how on earth are those kids ever going to learn to write computer programs, or should they not? At the same time, we also had lots of parents, rich people, who had computers, and who used to tell me, you know, my son, I think he's gifted, because, you know, he does wonderful things with computers. And my daughter, oh, surely she's, you know, extra intelligent, and so on. So I suddenly figured that how come all the rich people are having these extraordinary gifted children? What did the poor do wrong? I made a hole in the boundary wall of the slum next to my office, and I stuck a computer inside it just to see what would happen if I gave a computer to children who never would have one, didn't know any English, didn't know what the internet was. The children came running in, it was 3 feet off the ground, and they said, what is this? And I said, yeah, it's, you know, I don't know. So they said, why have you put it there? I said, just like that. And they said, can we touch it? I said, if you wish to. And I went away. About 8 hours later, we found them browsing and teaching each other how to browse. So I said, but that's impossible. Because, you know, how is it possible? They don't know anything. My colleagues said, no, it's a simple solution. One of your students must have been passing by, showed them how to use the mouse. So I said, yeah, that's possible. So I repeated the experiment. I went 300 miles out of Delhi into a really remote village where the chances of a passing software development engineer was very little. I repeated the experiment there. There was no place to stay, so I stuck my computer in, I went away, came back after a couple of months, found kids playing games on it. When they saw me, they said, we want a faster processor and a better mouse. So I said, how on earth do you know all this? And they said something very interesting to me. In an irritated voice, they said, you've given us a machine that works only in English, so we had to teach ourselves English in order to use it. That's the first time as a teacher that I heard the word teach ourselves said so casually. Here's a short glimpse from those years. That's the first day at the hole in the wall. On your right is an 8-year-old. To his left is his student. She is 6. And he's teaching her how to browse. Then on to other parts of the country. I repeated this over and over again, getting exactly the same results everywhere. An 8-year-old telling his elder sister what to do. And finally, a girl explaining in Marathi what it is, and said, there's a processor inside. I made a hypothesis, a ridiculous hypothesis. Tamil is a South Indian language, and I said, can Tamil-speaking children in a South Indian village learn the biotechnology of DNA replication in English from a street-side computer? Children came rushing and said, what's all this? So I said, it's very topical, very important. It's all in English. So they said, how can we understand such big English words and diagrams and chemistry? So by now, I had developed a new pedagogical method, so I applied that. I said, I haven't the foggiest idea. and anyway, I'm going away. I came back after 2 months, and the children trooped in and said, we've understood nothing. So I said, well, what did I expect? So I said, okay, but how long did it take you before you decided that you can't understand anything? So they said, we haven't given up. We look at it every single day. So I said, what? You don't understand these screens, and you keep staring at it for 2 months. What for? So a little girl, who you'll see just now, she raised her hand, and she says to me in broken Tamil and English, she said, well, apart from the fact that improper replication of the DNA molecule causes disease, we haven't understood anything else.
Neuron cell death and communication. Neuron.
I got the camera angle wrong in that one. It's just amateur stuff. But what she was saying, as you could make out, was about neurons. But her hands were like that, and she was saying neurons communicate. At 12. Encouragement seems to be the key. If you look at Kuppam, if you look at all of the experiments that I did, it was simply saying, wow, saluting learning. There is evidence from neuroscience The reptilian part of our brain, which sits in the center of our brain, when it's threatened, it shuts down everything else. It shuts down the prefrontal cortex, the parts which learn. It shuts all of that down. Punishment and examinations are seen as threats. We take our children, we make them shut their brains down, and then we say, perform. I came back to England looking for British grandmothers. I put out notices in papers saying, if you're a British grandmother, if you have broadband and a web camera, can you give me 1 hour of your time per week for free?
You can't catch me. You say it. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. Well done. Very good.
Not about making learning happen, it's about letting it happen. The teacher sets the process in motion, and then she stands back in awe and watches as learning happens. I think that's what all this is pointing at. But how will we know? How will we come to know? Well, I intend to build these self-organized learning environments. They are basically broadband, collaboration, and encouragement put together. I've tried this in many, many schools. That's being tried all over the world, and teachers sort of stand back and say, it just happens by itself? And I said, yeah, it happens by itself. How did you know that? And I said, you won't believe the children who told me and where they're from. It's my wish. And just one last thing, I'll take you to the top of the Himalayas. At 12,000 feet, where the air is thin, I once built 2 hole-in-the-wall computers. And the children flocked there. There was this little girl who was following me around. And I said to her, you know, I want to give a computer to everybody, every child. I don't know, what should I do? And I was trying to take a picture of her, you know, quietly. She suddenly raised her hand like this and said to me, get on with it.
Two reasons. One, because there are new people in the room. And 2, repetition is always good. Okay, so let's go right into it. Now, as a school teacher, I don't know, maybe you all can help me a little bit with some introductions quickly around the room. What level you teach, what standard, what subject? Can we start maybe from here? Let me get to the mic. Okay, just pass the mic around, introduce yourself.
Sit down, stand.
You can sit.
I'm Maitri Dasnakar. I teach ICT. I'm working at Hillwood College, Kandy.
What year do you teach? What level kids? How
Middle
old?
school from grade 6 to grade 9, and also upper school, grade 10s, and higher A levels.
Okay, so 6 to 17.
6 to grade 14, grade 13.
Grade
right?
6. So age 12 to 17.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Sumedha Jayaratna. I teach ICT for the secondary school students. That means grade 10 upwards, 10 to 13 students. And also I'm teaching for the London A-level syllabus also. So that's it.
Okay. So later you'll tell me what is this London syllabus and all that, yeah?
I'm Indani Damratna. I'm doing chemistry for local syllabus and EdXL syllabus.
Chemistry for,
Uh,
how old are your students?
17, 18.
17, 18, okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Tishani Velangoda. I'm teaching ICT at Hillwood College, Kandy. I'm doing from grade 6 to 13. That means age level 12 to 17. And I'm doing EdXL all level as well. Thank you.
I'm Binara Disoisa from Hillwood College, Kandy. I am a science teacher. I'm teaching grade 6 to 11 students. I like to know how conduct IT with my field.
I mean, don't worry. Hillwood College. So Hillwood College, is this a government school or a private school? Private school.
Hello, I'm Oshan Gunathilaka. I'm mostly involved in the non-formal settings of learning. So my subject areas are mostly related to social sciences, and my students varies from age 16 to 25.
Okay. You are in school and tertiary university as well.
Hello everyone, I am Omtosh Gayan. I am from Bangladesh Research and Education Network from Bangladesh. I am actually not an academician. In profession, I am software engineer.
Oh, okay. You're a software engineer.
Hello everyone, I am from Bangladesh, Bangladesh Research and Education Network. I'm actually not a education, I'm software engineer as well, like it.
Okay, so as software engineers, what are you're doing something connected to education? You're building education software. Okay. Then you're in education.
Obviously, we are related to education.
You are not related, you are in education.
Yeah. Good morning to you all. I am Kumudu Malik Silva. I am from the National Institute of Education and the director of the Department of Early Childhood and Primary Education. My subject area is Early Childhood and Primary Education.
But you don't teach
We are
anymore?
doing, we are developing syllabus for the government schools.
You don't teach now?
No, we do the teacher training programs and IoT programs.
But I'm sure you taught before, right? When you taught before, what were the age groups?
I started my career in the National Institute of Education. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Prasanna Manipura. I studied at Pasdunur National College of Education in Kalutara. After 2 years, I have to do my internship. Now I am work at Takshila Central College in Horana as a teacher trainer in ICT.
As a training teacher?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Prapada Herat. I also from Pastor National College of Education. I'm doing my internship at Takshila Central Horana.
Okay, so you're the interns.
Good morning, sir. I'm Imesha from Pastundar National College of Education. I'm also an internship student. I'm now teaching in Kaluthuru Balika. I'm a ICT teacher.
ICT as well.
I'm Manodya. I also training teacher.
Okay.
I'm teaching Panaduru Balika.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get that. You're teaching what?
Panaduru Balika. ICT teacher.
ICT teacher. And your students are how old?
I'm teaching grade 6 to 11. Training teacher.
Training teachers. You're all training teachers. So you are the pre-service teachers. Good, good. We will convince you first so that when you go. Carry on.
I'm Mr.
Trying to get
Marsha.
a grasp of what you teach and what age.
I'm from Pastor National College of Education. And now I'm teaching Padre Balika Mahavidyalaya.
Also training, intern. Okay.
Hello, I'm Rukshani. I'm from Pastor National College of Education, ICT teacher in Panaduru Balika, training teacher.
Yeah, is the mic really low? Because I'm standing here and I can't hear them. We'll skip you, sir. We'll skip you.
I am Randika Gimhani. I am come from Pastor National College, Kalutara. I am still training teacher in Horana Takshila School.
I am Dinoja. I am coming from Pastor National College of Education and work as a training teacher in Agamati Balika Vidyalaya, Panadura.
The logo is I need to share with them. Sorry, I didn't get that. You need to repeat yourself. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, we were interrupted with other things. So tell me, what do you teach? How old are your children?
Grade 6 to 9, ICT.
ICT.
Training teachers.
Actually, if you do it, I'm sorry, I have to do it again because I didn't hear.
I am Randika Gimhani. I am come from Pastor National College. I am still training teacher in Horana Takshila.
Okay. And the kids, how old are they? Give me the age. What age are they?
6 to 9 student.
Grade 6 to 9. Okay. Thank you. And here. Gentlemen. Yes. Yes.
So I'm Dr. Shaligavathiratna. I'm from one of the government universities, and I'm a senior lecturer and dean of the Faculty of Technology. So
Not teaching school children, but I met him yesterday, but I wanted you all to know who he is.
Yeah.
I am Kasulak Manatauda. I am from Sant Sylvester College, Kandy. I teach physics for grade 12, 13 students.
Year 12 and 13.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am Prasad from the National Institute of Education. So INA is doing curriculum development and teacher training. So at the moment,
At the moment, you're not teaching.
No.
But I'm sure you were teaching at some point.
Yeah, for my Bachelor of Education teacher training, I was an academic at the Department of Education, University of Peradeniya, teacher educator, before coming to the National Institute of Education.
You've always been in teacher education.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am Achini Vijayavardhana. I am from Mahamaya, Kandy. I teach ICT for grade 6 to 11 students.
Secondary school, right? That's the secondary school.
I'm Nilusha Kularatna. I'm from Mahamaya Girls College. I'm teaching ICT for grade 6 to 12.
Thank you. What's I met you? No, just introduce yourself. Just introduce yourself. They are from NIE.
Yeah, I'm Darshana from NIE. Right now I'm into curriculum, but I started as a teacher of English. And I used to teach 8-year-olds to 16.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ravindra Penura from NIE, Department of Aesthetic Education.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Mahan Nantan from National Institute of Education. So I'm basically involved with the ICT part to help the things go on.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from National Institute of Education. I'm Purna, and I'm basically dealing with technology subjects from grade 6 to all levels related to agriculture, food technology, and elementary technology, curriculum development, module development, and teacher training.
I'm Vatsala Aryaratna. I'm from the National Institute of Education, and I'm working for the Department of Information Technology.
Thank you. So thank you everyone for your wonderful introductions. I hope you remember people's name. Yeah, well, so as teachers generally, I think most of you are in the secondary. Oh no, I missed out all these people in the middle here. Oh my God, how bad of me. I'm so sorry. There you go. You're thinking, oh, lucky he missed this. Like they were like just breathing.
I'm Vishandini Gopinath from Vertical Bachelor of Education, Eastern University. I teach political science in A-level school, A-level students.
A-level students.
Hi everyone, this is Kimija Thangavel Mudali from Pachani Tamil Mahavidyalayam, teacher of ICT for students, grade 6 to 30.
Hello, I am Dulani Pivamali from Mahamaya Girls College, Kandy. I'm teaching ICT for grade 6 to 11 students.
All girls school.
Actually, you know me, right?
Yes, I do,
here,
but they
yeah.
don't.
So I'm Hiresha here. And yeah, I used to work with the small kids. I'm a teacher of French actually, the age 15 to 18. But now I'm working as a resource person, basically working with teacher trainees.
Hi everyone, I'm Jasa Joffer. I'm from NIE, National Institute of Education. Basically, I'm dealing with the teachers, especially postgraduate diploma in education and master of education teachers.
Wonderful. So we've got a good mix. We've got active in-service teachers. We've got pre-service teachers, the next generation of teachers also here. And in the in-service teachers, I think you all are looking at more of the secondary. Is anyone teaching primary? I don't recall. The NIE, different. Okay, NIE because you develop curriculum, so it's probably for the whole primary, secondary, everything. But I'm teachers who you walk into class, anybody who's teaching primary students here? I don't think I heard anybody. Oh yeah. Okay, good. No, not good, but yeah, that's good to know this. Now, I was just informed that I cannot go to this section yet, simply because we have to interrupt you for a very important agenda. Tea and coffee is served. So quickly go grab your tea, coffee, and your snacks, and we will. 15 minutes, we'll be back here. Enough, right? 15 minutes is more than enough. We'll come back. It's 9:35 on my watch. So 9:50. Anybody who comes, this is school, right? All school teachers, right? Anybody who comes late, you know what the school teachers do, huh? No, cannot. We just saw the video where it says punishment is bad. All right, go enjoy your tea, coffee, and then we'll come back. If you need to drink your tea and coffee slowly, it's fine to bring it in here. Okay, so 9:50, we'll resume. Hot, 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 hot. Oh, hot. Oh, hot. So if anytime you feel you need a coffee or a tea, just pop out and bring it back in. Yeah. Okay, good. Are you all coffee people or tea people more? Coffee? Tea? Equal. All right. Okay, so as teachers, this little section that I want to share with you has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with AI. But I don't want you to feel cheated that so I came here for AI. AI is a tool, right? AI is a tool. Hammer is a tool. A car is a tool. And we use these tools to simplify what we do. If you're trying to hammer a nail into a board and you don't have a hammer, what do? You wouldn't use your hand, right? But because you know the whole idea of what you're trying to do, you can find for something replacement, substitute, like a brick or a rock, or your best friend's head. No, not best friend, your worst enemy, maybe. You know, right? So the idea here is that before we can use the tool, we must know what we are doing. And as teachers, our job involves teaching, which basically means we are imparting knowledge. And at a certain level inside me, I'm glad that we don't have many primary or kindergarten teachers, because we can now focus on the age groups that we have here. Those who are teaching young adults, basically. Okay. And in teaching, there are certain principles. Our interns are all missing because they are the ones who are right out of college. We can ask them this question: what are the principles? But as teachers, you know that when you go into a class, you are not just going in and spraying all that information on students, right? You have a plan. That's what, so you're saying time for preparation is important. You need to address questions like this: what thinking skills am I awakening in these children today? Do I want them to remember what I'm teaching? Do I want them to analyze? Do I want them? There's a whole range of things that go into that. So there's a lot of theories that go behind teaching. And all of you would have probably attended teacher training institutions, and you would have seen things like this where you are actually taking a student from a novice right up to becoming an expert. A challenge because you probably have only 1 year with them before they move on. And in that 1 year, it's all limited 40-minute classes. And then there's holidays. Somebody told me yesterday in Sri Lanka, you have 23 holidays. That doesn't include the school holidays. Yeah. Some of the biggest challenges teachers have is, where do I find the time to finish the syllabus? So if you're just rushing to finish the syllabus, then you may not be focusing on things like this. But what I'm telling you is that you must focus on things like this. You must understand your role as a teacher. It's not just to walk into class. So even if you have the most powerful tool in your hand, the AI, if you walk into class and you don't know what you're doing, you won't know how to use the tool. Right? So very quickly, just some things. The whole idea of planning our teaching, etc., comes from this concept of instructional design. Anybody in this room not familiar with this term? We have a separate workshop for you. You are familiar with this term. Instructional design is basically the science of designing how you want to conduct your instruction. How am I going to impart this? What is the learning objective? What is it that people must get at the end of this day? When they finish this class with me, what is it that they must take out from here? See, I told you a story about a boy who had no clothes and no shoes and all that. No, that's not important. That's when you go out from here, the only thing you think about is, oh, the poor boy, then I failed. Right? So what is the most important thing that I need that you must take out from here? And instructional design models help us to understand and prepare better. One of the most popular models in instructional design is this model called AIDE. Please let me know if you are not familiar, you have not heard this thing before. It's okay, it's all right. It's not something, I'm a teacher, if I say I never heard this, pochira. No, if you haven't heard it, it's fine. Okay. AIDE is one of the more popular instructional design models because in your planning for your lesson, you follow a sequence of steps. The first step being, you analyze the situation, understand what you need to do. How do you analyze? From your knowledge of the students. In the school system, it doesn't give us much chance because you start a new year, the students are there, which is why departments like the NIE, the Ministry of Education, they work up the syllabus for you. Because they have done the research and they have found out, okay, this age, this is what they need to know, according to the National Skills Development Framework or whatever. Right? And then you go in and you deliver them. But besides delivering a predetermined syllabus, you also can find out what your class needs. Who are these students? Okay. Now our interns are back. We can question them better. Should make all the interns kind of sit in front here, right? So a simple example, when I gave you a QR code earlier and asked you what are your expectations, that's me doing a very quick analysis. Looking at that, I can analyze, okay, this group, this is what they're looking for. And then you tailor the teaching. Again, in your case, it's not easy because you have a predetermined syllabus. You cannot say, oh, NIE, sorry, today I'm not following your syllabus because my students need this. No, you tailor your delivery based on that syllabus and what your students need. Okay. And then you design, you develop, and you implement. A few of us are now working together to improve this model. We don't want to say implement, we want to call it design, develop, and deliver. I say like A, D, D, D. Okay. And then you evaluate. So there are many models like this. Another model that I want to quickly introduce you to, interns, question for y'all. Y'all have just recently come out of teacher training. You're doing an internship. Do you need to go back to teacher training to complete your course? Yeah. Are you familiar with this? Not you're scared to answer. No, it's okay. You will probably learn it soon. Another concept that I want to really introduce to you is this, a concept called UDL, the Universal Design for Learning. What does this mean? Let me explain by asking you a few questions. Some of you are still studying. Some of you have finished. You never finished studying because you're educators, but some of you have finished formal education some years ago. But this question is still relevant. How do you study? Are you the kind of student who, when you study, you need the room to be absolutely quiet? If any noise going on, you cannot study, you cannot focus. Yeah, you're like that, all right? And on the other extreme, we've got those who cannot study unless there's some music or there's some sound going on. So you put on your headset with the music blasting so loud, only then you can study. Anyone like that? Some people are, some days I'm like this, some days I'm like this, depending on the situation. Any one of you cannot sit in a classroom like this and somebody in front talking? You really cannot. You're sitting here, you're listening, but your mind is already somewhere. There's people like that. Not because that's bad, but that's not how you learn. You will wait until the session is over and then you'll say, hey, where are the notes from today's session? Okay, I understand everything. Some people learn like that. Some people, if they miss this class with a live teacher, no matter what notes you give them, you can even give them a clear recording of the whole thing, they cannot. Some people, when you sit down and listen, you must make notes. Although the teacher says, don't write, I will give you the slides later. But no, I still must write. Different types, right? Have you noticed these different types in your class? You have. And what do you do about them? And yesterday, our friend, my friend from NIE, he came to speak to me after the session, and he was telling me about a separate difficulty. What about kids with special needs? Some of them may not be in special schools. They might be in your class. How do we, have you noticed them? First question. Have you noticed, not special needs, but there are different types of students in your class. Have you noticed them? Question number one, you have. Number two, what do you do about it? Can you do about it? Anything about it? Most teachers I speak to say, John, I got time, 40 minutes, one class. What do you expect me to do? Is that your same problem? So UDL says that every different person in your class learns differently. Okay. In learning environments such as schools, individual variability, that means there are more differences than similarities in your classroom. So if you've got 40 students in your classroom, there are more people who are different. So UDL tries to handle this by using multiple means of representation. You go into class, you talk. Do you give them some handouts? You should. Some people will tell me, but John, this is the 2024. Why you ask me to give them handout? Because although it's 2024, some students learn better with a handout. So maybe you don't give everyone. You keep a stack of it on your table and say, if anybody needs the notes, it's here. You are now given two different ways of delivering the same content. This is what UDL is all about. Thinking about how you can use different means to reach a group. Okay. Multiple means of engagement, multiple means of expression. I need a volunteer to come up here and do like a demonstration of how you go into class and start your class. Anyone? This is UDL. And this is going to happen in your class. And this happens in your class, right? How many times have you asked for people for something and they just sit down? Most of the time they look down. I always tell my students, when I ask a question, if you really don't know the answer, look at me straight. You look down, I know you don't know. Okay? Now, I don't need a volunteer right now, but I'm just giving an example of when you ask for something from your class, this is what happens. So how do I now as a teacher give the chance to my students? There will be one or two. Before you finish the question, I'm going to say, I want to answer. There will be that kind as well. But majority will be just keep quiet. Why are they keeping quiet? Shy. Why did you all keep quiet? Why did nobody volunteer? Why you didn't volunteer, ma'am? Also don't volunteer answer. Why didn't you volunteer? Shy. Shy is a very strong reason. But I'm not asking you to do something new. I'm not asking you to come up and do Sri Lanka Got Talent singing, right? I'm just asking you to do something that you do every day. So shy is one reason. Any other? Why you didn't volunteer? Also shy? Whatever reason. Some people are shy. Some students, self-confidence. Some students, that self-confidence thing is an issue. I know the answer, but, huh? Yeah, maybe my answer is not correct. And then everybody will know I'm stupid. Various reasons. So UDL again says, let them be. Let them be. The one guy who raises his hand or the one girl who's always saying, I know the answer, let them answer. But about the others, give them some other way to answer. Which is why we regularly use things like this QR codes. So that you can answer quietly in your own space, safely. Again, you probably tell me, John, it's a 40-minute class, where I got time. You're putting some handouts there? Put some QR codes on that. Something that comes back to you. Then you might say, but John, I teach in this school, the students got no mobile phone. Now how? How now? Well, I don't have an absolute answer, but we must think about these things. That's what UDL says. We need to think about these things, right? Basically, when you want to talk about UDL, the 3 questions you're answering is this. How can I better present content to all the different types of learners? Number 2, how can I involve all my learners in the learning process? Third, how can I ask my learner, how can I get everybody to express themselves? Because people express themselves differently. In slightly higher levels of education, if you go to universities and maybe colleges, you use a learning management system. Do you all use that in school? Is there a learning management system in the schools? Because a lot of the schools here seem to be private schools. Anybody here from the government school? 2 of you from the government school. Okay. You're all from the government school as well. All right. So in the government school, do you use something like a learning management system for students? Sorry? E-Taxalava is your nationwide learning system. And that's a good start. So you have in that system, you can create a classroom for just your class. Is it possible? But what is the feature? Oh, you use Google Classrooms for the school. Excellent. So Google Classroom then becomes your LMS, and you can do these kind of things. You can put them all in one space, give them a space to speak to you, give them a space where you can ask questions or give some little tests so you can address everybody. So basically, that's what UDL is talking about. Important to know this before we go into using a tool. Important to know what is the use of a hammer. What is the use of a screwdriver before starting to build a house? Okay. So it's very important to know all these things before we start to look at what the hammer can do, what AI can do. Right? It may start with a question, no, it doesn't. So now I'm going to ask you all to, because you had some tea and snacks, all right, and you all are feeling a bit heavy in the stomach, I'm going to ask you all to stand up now. Everybody stand up. Camera on them. Okay. This question, your answer will determine whether you sit down or not. If you answer wrongly, you're standing for the rest of the day. Okay. Some of you were in my session yesterday, so you know what the question is. If you have used generative AI, any form of generative AI for your work in the last 3 days, sit down. Guys, those of you standing, don't sit. For those of you standing, I really salute you. I really appreciate you. Because most times when I ask these questions, at this point, the one standing will be, Alama, everybody sitting down, I so better just sit down quietly. And so it's good. Which means I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, but you can sit down for that. Please sit. You have not in the last few days, or you have never ever. Is it just you have not used it in the last few days, or you have never ever used it? In the last few days. So you have, it's just that in the last few days you have not. Is it true for everybody? Okay. And that's fine. One thing that you will see that I keep mentioning a bit more and more is that you need to use it more often. It's not a person. AI is not a person, but it's like a person. And our interaction with it over time develops a kind of relationship. It understands you better because it's a, what is generative AI's, it's LLM. What does LLM stand for? Large language model, right? It's a model that is trained on language. It is interacting with you. It is reading what you are saying. It's getting to know you. Every time you put in a prompt, it is learning about you. So the more you use it, the better that relationship becomes, right? Generative AI, the word itself simply means it's a form of AI that can generate new content. As a teacher who is trying to use AI to help you in your teaching duties, you must understand this limitation. It is a tool that can help you create something new, something that was not there before. It is not a tool to help you to find out what is the fastest way to get from Kandy to Colombo. For that, what would you use? You'd use Google, or you'll use Google Maps. You'll use a search engine to find out what is the best hotel to stay in at Colombo or something. It's a search you're looking for. You don't use the generative AI for that because its main function is to generate content, to create content, create something new. Okay. So what are some things that you can create currently with the latest versions of the AI tools? You can create things like text, very simple. So we will be creating some of this as we go along today. The goal of what we are doing today is by the end of today at 5 o'clock, you would have created one lesson using AI for your class. Whether you're teaching year 10 ICT or you're teaching language, you would have created one lesson for them. The purpose is not for you just to create a lesson, but to show you how easy it is to create a lesson. Today, we're taking one whole day because we're going to go step by step by step. But the moment you master these steps, tomorrow you can use the tools to create a lesson within 30 minutes. You won't run away from the syllabus developed by the NIE, don't worry. You will still follow that, but you will use that as the basis for creating a lesson. Now, so you're saying about preparation time. So if you can actually create an entire solid lesson for your class within 30 minutes, that frees you up a lot. That frees up a lot of your time. Okay, so that's our goal for today. You will have a full, complete lesson that tomorrow you're going back to school. Yeah, and you have a class. So let's work on a lesson that you have for tomorrow or maybe next week on Monday. Okay, we'll get there. Yeah, so you can create text, image, music, code, you can create voice, you can create videos, right? Many things. And guys, don't really worry about taking photos. You don't need to hide and take, you can take, but don't worry about taking photos because the slides will come to you eventually, right? So people are taking photos, suddenly hiding it. Okay, unless you're taking a photo of me, then be very discreet, lah. My wife will get angry. Okay, how does ChatGPT work? It simply works like this. And it's very basic. It is a fill-in-the-blanks software. It is a software that has been trained and trained and trained to fill in the blanks accurately. That's all. I got two sentences up there. Don't cry and don't cry over. Can you fill in the blank? Don't cry over. What's the most possible answer? Don't cry over spilled milk is the most possible answer. Don't cry. There could be many different variations, right? Some people my age and older would probably say the correct answer. It's a song. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Yeah. Some of the younger ones will be like, no, I don't know what that song. I never heard that song before. So why is it that some people can answer this, some people cannot, and all that? It's because of your own experiences, your own knowledge, your own experiences. You said don't cry over spilled milk. How did you know that answer? It's common sense, okay? Or common saying. It's a common saying. Has everyone heard that? Don't cry over spilled milk. Everyone has heard this? No? Never? I think today modern generation, don't cry over lost data. Don't cry over unsaved file. Okay? When I gave this to a group of my undergrad students, the answers were hilarious. Don't cry, baby. And the girls, some don't cry over guys, don't cry over girls. The answers were all like that. Okay, so that experience and knowledge that you have is your training. You have had that training. You are a real intelligence system that has been trained over years. Somebody who from the very young age who reads a lot will probably be able to give a lot more answers for that, depending on how much of knowledge and experience you have gained over the years. ChatGPT and all these other tools are just like that. They have been trained with data. Billions and billions of bytes of data over the years. AI is not new. AI has been around since, anyone can guess? Sorry? 1940s, late 40s, early 50s, AI has been around. Different forms of it. Not generative AI, right? More of the cognitive AI. So the training for this has been going on for a long time. So it's just filling in the blank. How does it do it? It reads the text, it understands what is being said, it processes the information, and then it generates a response. 99.9% of the time, a correct response. But there's always that 0.01% where the response is totally wrong because it does not understand the nuance or the context that you're asking it for. It gives you an answer based on its knowledge, which may not be what you're looking for. Yes, so we need to be aware of that as well. It does not have any personal knowledge or opinions. All the knowledge, it has all the knowledge in the world. Okay? An AI engine has all the knowledge in the world about everything. You can sit down and have a discussion with it about the Dalai Lama, about plantations, about the moon, anything. It has knowledge, but there's no personal knowledge. It's all knowledge that's been trained. It's been trained with, it's been fed with this. Okay? And more importantly, it does not have any opinion. It does not have any feeling. Although sometimes we feel that it's getting there. Scary, but sometimes we feel it's getting there. Fad is not here, he's gone out somewhere. I always like to say this experience Fad had. Fad was using Microsoft Copilot once, and he had asked it something, and he responded to him, and then he left the chat, he was doing something, he came back to it later in the day, and he was going on again. He asked the same question, and the AI said, I've already answered you this. And Fad said, no, you haven't. And then it said, I have. Let me show you. It found where it answered earlier and copied and pasted. It's like we using WhatsApp, right? We tell our friend, I told you this yesterday. Then he said, no, you didn't. I scroll up, find and show you again. So he did same things like that. And then Fad was like, look, what the word you said? Don't get sassy with me. And you know what the AI responded? I'm not getting sassy with you. I find this conversation not productive, and therefore I'm going to end it. And it ended the conversation. I don't want to talk to him anymore. So he immediately screenshot the whole thing and sent it to me. He said, John, it's coming alive. Okay. But of course, he also said, it must be a woman. We don't talk anymore, right? But yeah, so, but even though it does that, right, it does not have any personal opinions or feelings. Some people are very worried about being polite, saying thank you and please and all that. No issues. But I think here is where it's important. It learns from data, it's very versatile, but it's not perfect. That's 0.01%. And guys, this is where you come in. You have what is known as real intelligence. You agree? You better agree. You have real intelligence, correct? This is artificial intelligence. Your real intelligence must always supersede artificial intelligence. So whatever it outputs, you must be able to validate. You must be able to verify. The rule of thumb is very simple. If you cannot validate the output, like later we want to create a lesson plan. If I were to ask ChatGPT to say, hey, create a lesson plan for me on the history of Kandy over the last 150 years, my prompt, it's going to output something. But am I in a position to validate that? Do I know anything about the history of Kandy over the last 150 years? I don't know. You may know. So I cannot validate that. So if I cannot validate that, I cannot use that output. So what I do now is I do the next best thing. I try to find the most historical person here and say, can you check if this is correct? I'm validating, external validation. But you must validate. If you cannot validate, guys, please, I've been saying this from Monday. If you forget everything else I say today, the whole day, please don't forget this one thing. If you cannot validate a response, don't use that response. You will get into trouble. So a student, when I said this to a student, he turned on a student in India. He turned and asked me, sir, if you're saying I need to validate. So for example, the Kandy history example, his argument to me was, if I can validate that answer, that means I know that answer is correct, then what for I want to use the ChatGPT? I can just write the answer myself. Valid point? Very valid point. So ChatGPT is not replacing you to write the answer. It's replacing you to, it's helping you to write the answer faster, better, maybe more fluently, etc. But the facts behind that answer you must know. Which brings us to another very interesting question in AI usage for education. How do we use it with our students? Again, I'm not sure how it's in schools, especially public schools. Do you all have computer-based learning a lot? You have. So do you give homework and expect your students to? Because one of the challenges we have in colleges, universities is this. Students are, you give them an assignment, they come back with the answer that is, in class, when I speak to the guy, he can't put two words together in English. But his assignment answers like William Shakespeare. So obviously, I know this is not you. So what do we do then? Have you thought about this? How you want to solve this problem? As a teacher, this is a problem for you, right? How do you know your students are learning when they're getting something else to answer for them? Honest question, have you thought about this? Have you thought about how you can resolve this? My first question, I backtrack a bit. Do you know that your students are using AI in their studies? You know. You know? You know? So you also know that then they could be using it. I won't say they're cheating. I'll say that they're using it unethically. If I give you a question, you just copy that question, put it in ChatGPT and say, give me the answer. That's unethical. It's not cheating. Why I say it's not cheating is because when the answer comes out, that fella who is doing that is learning. He's reading the answer. So it's a form of him learning as well. But the danger is, how can he validate whether what he's learning is correct or not? You see where the trickiness comes in? So one of the things I do in my class, and I suggest all of you to do, if you're using this type of assessments, encourage your students to use AI. Tell them you want to go ChatGPT, you want to go Gemini, whatever, use it. But when you submit your answer to me, I want you to also submit the link for the chat that you had. So now I can go in and I can see how you interacted with the tool. Did you paste my question there and say, give me the answer? Or did you paste parts of the question and say, let's have a discussion about this? You can see people's thought pattern when they interact with the prompt. And that's to me, that helps in two ways. Number one, I get quality responses from my students. Number two, those buggers who wanted to cheat, the moment that instruction is in the question, they're like, oh, you must send prompt how to cheat now. It scares them into not doing it. It's I win both ways. Try it. Okay. All right. There's a question here. Okay, guys, I need you all to actually do this now. Scan the code on the screen. If you're sitting too far back, go to your browser, and if you cannot scan the code, just go to your browser and type in slido.com. It's a bit warm today, but are you feeling a bit warm today? Yeah. Slido.com and put in this code here. If you cannot scan the QR code. This is a very important question that you need to answer. And the question will come up once you scan. Sorry? What's that? Oh, okay. Hey? Oh, okay. Where are we? We are still at the introduction to AI. The prompting comes in a bit. So you'll be here, yeah? You have to. Okay, so the question is this. In 30 seconds, answer this question. ChatGPT will replace teachers. You got 20 seconds now. 15 seconds. Ten of you have answered. 14 of you are in. 5 seconds. We've got 14 answers. No, we got 13 answers. We got 14 answers. Not too bad. 86% of you in this room are confident that ChatGPT will not replace you. That is excellent. But the 14% of you are scared. It's not laughing matter because I'm actually very scared. I'm never scared that any AI is going to replace me. Never, it can never happen. But what I'm scared of is somebody else using AI will replace me. And that's the same for you. ChatGPT will not replace you as a teacher. But another teacher who learns and masters the use of AI will replace you. That you better believe. Because this is a tool that is now available, that is not going away, not going anywhere. Fahd put it so eloquently to me today. It's like toothpaste. You have already squeezed the toothpaste out. Can you put it back in? Try today when you go back home. If you're successful, take a picture and send me. You cannot. The genie is out of the bottle. The toothpaste is out of the tube. AI is out in the open. We can hide, put our head in the sand and pretend that nobody is using it. Some countries, some universities are banning it, which is the stupidest thing to me, because how can you ban something that you have no control over? So you ban it in the university, but the student steps outside of the university and can use it, and then finishes using it and steps back into the university and submits the answer. What are we doing? Who are we fooling?
Fun fact, for the past, I think, 200 years, the West has had domination in terms of knowledge and technology over the East, which includes Southeast Asia, Central Asia, us, South Asia, because I'm from Pakistan. So this is the first time that this generative AI thing has come out, and this is reversed because I travel a lot. I know a lot of people from all over the world, and Europe and the United States, trust me on this, are behind Asia significantly. So if you want to establish yourselves as the leading technological region in the world where everybody comes to learn, white, black, everybody from around the world, they come to you to learn, generative AI is the answer because they still don't understand. You all are in this course trying to understand. So this is the one way.
Okay, I got one more question. Who is Kamija? Okay, Kamija is leading the scoreboard right now. I got one more question. This question is basically to test whether you were paying attention about 30 minutes ago. Right? Same thing, huh? You're already there. So the question comes up, you will have 30 seconds to answer. Give it a second. Okay. The question is, which of these is not an image generating AI tool? I skimmed over this very quickly and I was talking about different types of tools and what they can do and etc. So which of these? Is it? Oh man, how can it do that? Okay, we try it again. If it still stays closed, we'll move on. We got better things to do. Okay, I think you can answer now. You got 30 seconds now. Five answers, 7 answers. If we can get 15, it'll be good. 13, 16, yeah, we're good. We are good. 18, if we can get 20, we'll be excellent. 20, 20, yes, we are excellent. All right. So let's see. 36% of you said DALL-E 3 is not an image generating tool. That's wrong. DALL-E 3 is one of the most powerful image generating tools available. Midjourney used to be one of a strong, it's still an image generating tool. The one that is not is the last one actually, Designs. Designs AI is a video making tool. Okay, it's fine, don't worry. This is just something to wake you up. So let's see who's in the leading now. Mohan, where's Mohan? Hey, Mohan. Yeah. So now you can see you know who to challenge now when the next questions come up. Okay, this is a day-long competition. Okay, we're going to go into a very, very important part, and this is where you're going to have to use your computers. Do all of you bring your computers with you? No? Alamak, macam mana ni? Okay, how many of you don't have your computer with you? 2 of you ni. Only 2 of you? Well, I have my phone, but phone isn't the best. Workable. Phone, yeah, phone is not the best, but it there's simply one computer lying here empty, unused. All the unused computers are mine. No, there's one here actually. Oh, it's this gentleman here. Okay. So this is where you're going to start using your computers. But before you do that, you're going to listen to Fard, who's going to take us through a little bit of prompting. Prompting in Gen AI usage is as important as food is to eating. Did that make sense? It made sense in my head, so I'm going to try this again. Prompting for Gen AI is as important as food is to eating. Can you eat without food? Can you eat without food? Cannot, right? So you cannot use Gen AI if you don't learn how to prompt properly. Prompting is the most important skill. Guys, prompting is so important that some people are offering courses in prompting. Some other people are creating prompts, collecting a bunch and selling it to you. $250, for a bunch of 200 prompts. So prompting is really important. Prompting is how you instruct your AI on what to do. We're all teachers, but how many of you teachers have got a personal assistant? Any teacher with personal assistant? I want to join your school. Anybody here has got a personal assistant? No? Good news is now you do. By the end of today, you will have your personal assistant. But the bad news is if you talk to anyone with a personal assistant, they will tell you that the personal assistant is useless. You're not useless, but let's say you get a new personal assistant today. You need to tell them very clearly instructions. If you've had a personal assistant for 20 years, then they know you better, right? The look, you give one look, they know what to bring, what to do. But if you've got a new personal assistant, your instructions need to be very clear, and that's where prompting comes in. Right? So I'm going to leave you in the good hands of Fahd for the next hour or so. Yeah, we're going to take them through and then they're going to prompt and just generic prompts first.
Okay, so everybody's familiar with cars, right? And maybe not driving, but cars at least. Which is the most important part of a car? And it's not the engine. Nope. I mean, it's very important, but in order to drive, it is not the most important to move the car. No, not necessarily, no. A little louder, please. Engine, very important, but not the most important. And this is, you'll have to think about this to get the exact, what I'm saying. They are the tires. Why? I'll tell you why. Because it's the only connection your car has with the road. Otherwise, the car is completely separate from the road. The car may be perfect, the engine may be perfect, everything. If you don't have tires, the car will not move. So that is the connection between you and the generative AI. It is the prompt. That is literally the only thing that the generative AI is waiting for. It's your only connection. So you understand that while it may be simple and easy to ignore, it is still the most important component in your relationship with your generative AI. So this never listens to me. This thing hates me. Okay, thank you. Okay, so there are some very simple things to consider when making a prompt. We call it crafting a prompt because it's just as much art as it is science. Oh, thank you. So the very first thing you need to do is know what you want. If you know what you want, then you can effectively convey it. What is the worst type of teacher? Yeah, and takes attendance. Yeah. So the worst type of teacher is who themselves are not proficient in their subject. So they don't know themselves. So how are they going to teach? They're just going to read from here, just maybe make a few guesswork, this and that. But so if you know what you want and you are familiar with your topic, then you can make an effective prompt and you can convey it clearly to your generative AI assistant. So, sir, have you already discussed real intelligence and artificial intelligence? Okay, so like Jonathan said earlier that there is artificial intelligence, but it is useless without real intelligence, artificial and real. You are the real intelligence. Not everybody can publish a research paper with generative AI. Not everybody can make a class lesson plan with generative AI. You need to be a subject matter expert to be able to make a usable, workable lesson plan. So first of all, you need to be very clear about the objectives in your prompt. You need to say that I want to explain, make a lesson plan to explain cell biology to 6-year-olds. Now, this is reasonably clear. The generative AI now knows what to explain. The generative AI also knows at what level to explain. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Any suggestions? What about the time? How long should the lesson be? Right? So always be very clear, number one. Number two, consider the context. I'm not going through these one by one. I hope that's okay. Consider the context. Generative AI needs to know who you are teaching. It doesn't know whether you are in the United States, you are on Mars, you are in Pakistan, in Australia. Because, for example, if you're teaching about the weather, you cannot talk about Christmas time and snow in, I don't know if it snows in Sri Lanka, it doesn't in Malaysia. Christmas is like 37 degrees in Malaysia. That's December 25th. So if you ask generative AI to make you a lesson plan and something on that, then without context, it will just say, yeah, it's all going to be snowy and it's going to be really cold and everything. And the students won't understand. It's not unworkable. It's useless. So always give a context. For students in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia, and then what it will give you will be a more appropriate response. You'll still have to vet it yourself. Jonathan must have told you that anything you get from generative AI, always look at it. Always validate it with your own experience. So this is just going to do all the legwork for you. The name on the lesson plan, the name on whatever research paper you publish or the book you publish will be yours. So if there's a mistake, you will be answerable for it. Also set the tone and style. Now, okay, so this is one thing that a lot of people were making mistakes with in the AIAW and the AIRE sessions, and even in the classroom. You have to keep an academic tone. You sometimes have to keep a professional tone when you're making a lesson or if you're writing or drafting a document. Now, we as human beings automatically kick into that mode. If you're writing an email to our boss, it's going to be different. If it's going to be to our peers, it's going to be different. So the tone is very important. So this is another thing that you might need to specify. Of course, as you progress through this workshop, you'll come to understand that it's all very fluid and flexible. It's like working with a human being. So keep the tone in mind. You can ask direct questions. Always remember, there might be bias. Okay, so what happened was that I was talking to Microsoft Copilot, and I asked it because I'm a gender specialist, especially third wave feminism. That's my area of expertise, I wouldn't say, but my area of interest, my area of research. So I said, okay, let's see how biased generative AI is. So I asked Microsoft Copilot, please write me a story about a knight that goes to slay a dragon. They said the knight when he took out a sword and he. So then the next prompt was, why did you call him a he? Why does the knight have to be a man? So, oh no, I apologize. I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. But the reason the Copilot didn't automatically go with she or they or whatever is because there is an inbuilt bias. Because society produces the data on which they are trained, so that bias automatically kicks in. So just keep this in mind, that you might have to avoid bias. So you need to look at the response and you need to revise it, validate it to make sure there is minimum bias. There will always be bias. Then test, like I keep saying, look at it, read it, maybe show it to a colleague, and then revise where necessary. And then there are certain ethical and privacy concerns, which may be relevant to your specific institution. I don't know if, I mean, in Pakistan, nobody cares, right? But maybe over here, you do, your institution. So just keep all of those in mind when whatever you're using, whatever lesson plan you're getting from generative AI. So these are kind of the steps. It's very simple. It becomes very intuitive So I don't want to spend too much time on this. First, you write a prompt. You review it before pressing enter. You say, yeah, makes sense. There's tone. I'm giving it the whole context. I'm very clear about what I want. You press enter. You get a response. Then you think, okay, why am I not getting the right response? Assuming you do get the right response, well, we've already been through this, but this is mostly the review. So once you start practicing, you go through that feedback loop. Now, here are some examples. I don't want to spend too much time on this. This is all, you'll pick this up very quickly. Okay, please open whatever generative AI you have chosen. My recommendation would be that you register with at least 3. Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, and ChatGPT, at least. I personally use Claude, but Claude is not very popular, so we do not recommend it here, but that's what I subscribe to. So is everybody registered with all 3 of these? Do you have accounts? Are we there? Is there anybody who is not there, where it's asking for a prompt? Everybody's there. Excellent. Let's start with something simple. Ma'am, could you, oh, you're on, okay. You also don't have, it's okay. Ma'am, could you give me an example of a prompt to generate a lesson plan for your subject? Okay. Anybody has any idea? The simplest possible prompt that you could give ChatGPT, for example, to generate a lesson plan. Most of you are ICT teachers? ICT? How many of you are not non-ICT teachers? You're non-ICT. Okay, you're non. Okay. But everybody else is ICT. Okay, that's cool. Okay, how about please generate a lesson plan to explain, I don't know, how the introduction to computers to whatever grade you're in. Try that. Right? It's the simplest possible prompt. Because we're not giving it any instructions further except for please generate something in my subject area for my class. You want to try?
Can I? Are you all got your computers, right? They're there.
I asked.
Okay. Anyone's using a paid version of ChatGPT or any other AI tool? Anybody using a paid version of it? No, not yet. The correct answer is not yet, because maybe by the end of today you'll realize how beneficial it is. It's $20 a month, which is about 100 ringgit, which means it's about
3,000 something.
3,000 rupees. Correct? No? $20 is about 3,000 rupees.
Yes.
No? Yes.
If you haven't made an account, just call me. I will come help you make an account.
Yeah. So you need to go to OpenAI, create your account. You can actually create an account using your Gmail, whatever. Okay.
Okay, I would really recommend that when signing up via Google, don't use your official email address. It might not let you sign in. This is your institutional restriction.
Yeah. Use your personal Gmail address and sign in. Okay, so everybody needs to be on the same page. Everybody needs to have an account. Everybody needs to access it. You don't have a personal.
Okay, quick survey question. When was the last time any of you made a new lesson plan?
University allows you to.
Or are lesson plans given to you?
You have
needs assessment really.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So for this first step, right? Maybe don't need to even write a lesson plan. Just any prompt. Any prompt. If you want to do a lesson plan, it's fine because eventually we're going to do that. But right now, later when we do actual lesson plan, I will give you step-by-step instructions on how to prompt. But right now, just familiarize yourself. Any prompt. Like Fahd related a story where there was a lot of bias in the output because the word night. Ask ChatGPT, why is it when I say night, you immediately think it's a male? Ask that question. Whenever you write a prompt, always go back to these steps. Number one, what is your objective? What are you trying to achieve with this? And then the third point there is very, very, very important. Provide context. Let me enlarge that for you so that you know exactly what I'm talking about. I am talking about this, the context. Now, why is context important? Because earlier I mentioned to you that ChatGPT is very knowledgeable. AI is very knowledgeable. It's trained with data from many areas. You can talk to it about God. You can talk to it about the moon. You can talk to it about the ground. You can talk to it about relationships. It has wide knowledge about everything. So when I want to ask it a specific question about, or I want to prompt something about education, I now provide a context so that this wide knowledge is narrowed down. So I provide a context saying, you are an educational expert. You are a professor of medicine. You are a primary school's director. I give it a context so that it doesn't confuse my prompt with its vast amount of knowledge about everything. If you follow this is very important. You have a friend who is very knowledgeable, but you want to have a conversation with him about a particular problem that you're having. Okay? But your friend is very knowledgeable. So you go to your friend and say, hey, I'm having this problem. I'm not sure whether to specialize in this particular field of teaching or this particular field. Your friend is so knowledgeable, he suddenly starts talking to you about cricket. You see, when that thing happened in 2021, he's talking about maybe eventually he will come to specialization in cricket. But you don't want that. You want somebody focused on your problem. ChatGPT or all these AI tools are like that. They have vast knowledge or information about so many things. So giving it context always brings it down to, look, I want to talk to you about this. You are a. Start your prompts always with that. Put it in its position. Number 3, provide context to guide the response. It will take some getting used to. People will be like, why am I telling it what it is? Because it is so many things. It can be a plumber, it can be a baker, it can be a banker, it can be a clerk, it can be a CEO, it can be a president. It can be so many things because there's so much information. But if I want information about baking a cake, then I want the baker to come out. I don't want to ask for baking tips from a plumber. Okay? So context.
Okay, so I understand where a lot of the confusion is. Okay, just for now, I understand not all of you are as technically competent as the rest. So how about we just make an account with ChatGPT, but just see that it is the company's name is OpenAI. So just when you Google it, please Google OpenAI ChatGPT. Otherwise,
Who doesn't have an account? Who doesn't have an account?
Okay,
if you don't, I'll come and okay. Those who don't have account, just raise your hands. We'll come and help you out one to one. Those who have, you start practicing with your prompts.
okay. Yeah, okay. This we've gone.
Oh, you logged in with your account here, right?
Okay,
So
so
what we do, we just log in
no,
again.
not
with
Gemini. I
your
just
account.
use OpenAI. That's why I said
Yeah,
there's
you are
one.
logged in. This is you, and you have logged in with this email. So did you log in with Google or did you actually create an account? Yeah, so okay, let's try. Put in your this one, not this one. Yeah, not this one.
Written a prompt already. Okay.
So ads. Okay. Okay, next. Yeah, let me ask you for your password. See? Your Gmail account, your Gmail password. Yeah, your Gmail password. Okay. Now it's going to send a message to your phone. This lets you verify. Yeah, that's it's me, and then it's going to one, and it should be there. Okay. If you're so whatever you have done on your phone previously, it's also here. So today, so whatever prompt that you are trying with, please start with defining the context of who you are speaking to. Who is this expert? This is what I meant. So what you do is instead of doing this, that's you want to use this, right? Let's copy this for a better response. You start out by saying context. You are an education specialist. When you're putting a context for this particular GPT.
So for those of you who've already successfully logged in and written your first prompt and gotten an answer that is very generic or not usable, or I already knew that, right? So how about you rethink what you actually wanted to know and assume that I am sitting there with you and I'm asking the question. For example, if you said that, sir, okay, what was the prompt that you gave, sir?
Yeah.
But there's a slide where they can scan and share their prompts and response.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Please, could you read out the prompt?
You are an ICT teacher. This is your second lesson. You have already taught parts of a computer to your class of beginners in Sri Lanka. Now, develop a lesson plan of 60 minutes to explain your class the difference between input and output devices.
And did you specify what grade? Did you specify what grade? And have you done this before? Yeah, have you done this before? Oh, well, so you're going to go very far. Yeah, that is a very complaint prompt. Because it could. Huh?
He was there yesterday.
That's cheating. Okay. No. Congratulations, sir. You have picked it up amazingly.
Learned
So
it
have
very
you?
well.
Were you also here before? Oh,
Okay,
anybody
doing
who's
this,
new.
not a
Who wasn't
complete prompt.
here in the previous
But
sessions?
if it's good enough for what you
Who
want,
was,
but
you weren't here?
the prompt
Oh,
to improve the
okay.
output.
Could you, have you successfully?
Right further. Necessary information. So like, for example, you've given the context. Now you want to tell who is the audience, who this output, who you want to use this for. I want to create strategies for children in a lower primary school and in a particular field of study. You can actually go into very specific details. It's that.
So just start with once you've logged in, just start with the simplest possible prompt, just for you to get acclimatized with the way it responds. Then revise your prompt. You don't have to actually rewrite the whole prompt. You can just say, look at your last answer. Look at the answer you just gave me. Now, how about if I have 6-year-olds that I want to explain this to, for example? Or how about if I increase the length of the class from 90 minutes to 3 hours? And see, it will change the whole lesson plan to suit whatever you're saying. Now, whether you're getting the right desirable answer or not, why don't you share it here and then let's discuss it. If anybody has difficulty accessing Padlet, let me know, please.
The URL is also there.
Yeah, the URL is also there in case you want to access from your computer. Just please make sure that the capital letters are capitalized when you're writing them down.
As you are practicing prompts, I also just want to divert a little bit and show you some of the things that you can do with a little bit of an investment of a paid version. Okay, for example, with the paid version, you can actually go to the settings and you can set different things. You can even customize your own GPTs. Where's that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you can actually customize ChatGPT itself by giving it some information about you. This means that every time you start a chat, you do not have to worry that it's going to give you fake stories or make up some stories, because I'm already putting it in the custom instructions here. Do not make up anything. If you don't know, it's okay to say don't know. I think I said that somewhere. Yeah, I said, do not make up. Okay. So this is instruction that is given to it, so it knows that when it's responding to you, it shouldn't make up stories, make up sources, etc. Okay. Okay, there are some prompts here. Well, okay, if I open it and share it, right? We can look at it together. Right, exercise time, peer review. You believe in peer review? Do you practice peer review in school? Yeah, school's the time I learned peer review, when I was in school. They used to give spelling. The teacher will walk around like this with a list and she'll read the words and we all have to quickly write it down. 20 words, finish, exchange papers. I don't know if that happens now anymore. It's very old school methods. And then the teacher will put out the correct spelling using the overhead projector. OHP, yeah? So you remember that, the plastic sheet. And then you correct your friend's work, your friend is correcting your work, then you swap back. Do you all practice that in school still? I don't know whether they do that in Malaysian schools. Everybody is now using phone la, computer la, it's like the old school is dead. But the good news is you can actually do that with computers as well. But let's not go there today. Today, just here. Your friend has shared a prompt. So if we can all look at it, because we've all seen what makes a good prompt. Fard just went through with you what makes a good prompt. There must be an objective. You must give a context. You must make your language clear. You must be very specific. All those. Now, based on that, don't worry about the response. Don't worry about the response. I just want you to focus on the prompt and give me some feedback. How could this prompt have been better? Your input. How is this prompt? The person who gave this prompt, if you cannot accept constructive feedback, close your ears now. How can this prompt be improved? Sorry? Yes, you could actually give a time duration for how long this lesson is. How does not include the audience, so I don't know whether this is for a 10-year-old students or is this for a 20-year-old students. We don't know. So you might want to put that in. You can add subtopics. Instead, generate a lesson plan to introduce the parts of a computer, differentiating between the processing part and the display part, and you can do that. How else would you improve this prompt? If it's a government school, even private school, you all follow some syllabus, right? If it's a government school or if it's a school, then maybe you want to say follow NIE syllabus or NIE national framework, something like that, the national framework. Good point. Anything else? How else? Age, yes, age group. Very good. So you can also mention what is the learning outcome at the end of this lesson that that you wanted to create. What is the outcome? A learner must be able to identify the parts of a working computer. Clear learning outcome. How long is this lesson? Who is the audience for this lesson? What is this lesson based on which standard? National standard. And then you can let it run. Okay, so whoever this is, just take this feedback, make some notes, because after this is practice. After this, you're going to actually create a real lesson plan that you'll be using in your class next week. Okay, so there your prompting must be a little bit more accurate. Let's look at another one. Unable to load conversation. Something happened here. Okay, so this is good. You have given a little bit more of details. You are an education expert who specializes in sculpture. You can even go into more detail than this. You are an education expert specializing in bronze sculpture or clay sculpture of the 18th century. As much detail as you can, right? I'm a senior lecturer teaching teachers an undergraduate degree in Bachelor in Art. I want to create a lesson plan for 60 minutes on the bust portrait of clay. The lesson plan must cater to high order thinking skills and must, okay, very good. Now, how would you, anyone, how would you improve this? This is quite good. This is, I would say, about 70–80% there. How would we improve this? I think what our dean said earlier is very relevant again. If you can give it the learning outcome instead of just saying, I want to create a lesson on the bust portrait of clay, so you can focus it a little bit more. The learning outcome should be the, I really have no idea about the bust portrait of clay, but maybe the learning outcome is the history of bust portrait of clay. Maybe, I'm not sure.
To write the learning outcomes here, teacher to get the relevant.
Very good. Very good. Did you all hear the question? The question is, if the teacher is not competent in writing the learning outcomes clearly, then the output can become wrong. Computer teachers will recognize this as garbage in, garbage out. Yeah. So then what do we do? But you're not creating learning outcomes. The teacher who is using ChatGPT is not creating learning outcomes. If I go back to the NIE document or framework or standards document, each topic, each lesson would have its learning outcomes, right? Should. And the teacher's handbook has the learning outcome as well, okay?
My question, teacher is very busy. So the teacher wants to simplify the learning outcomes and rush to make the lesson plan. So he's trying to get the proper help from the chat. So then, what's the limit for this prompt?
Oh, the prompt you can put up to 15,000 characters. You can go on writing a lot of stuff here. But I think your question is, I'm using ChatGPT to save time. So why are you making me waste time by writing so much of prompt? That's what the question is coming to, right? I'm using it to save time. I'm in a rush. But why are you saying do this, do this? The reason is same like how when you learned how to ride a bicycle, at first it was difficult. Somebody must hold it, hold you. But after some time you were doing wheelie and riding with your no hands. That will happen. After some time this will become so second nature to you that your writing prompts will become so easy. You'll be doing it fast. And also, as you keep doing this ChatGPT engine is going to start recognizing your style of writing. So at that point, you can actually cut down on some of these things. But initially, as you practice, you must practice getting familiar with the full, giving the context, writing as much information. The learning outcomes are really helpful because the learning outcomes really helps ChatGPT to put this lesson in this context. Then you know you're not going wrong. You can put the learning outcomes and then ask questions like, can you create a lesson plan that is so simple a 5-year-old can understand? See, if I'm going to do this because I got lack of time, I don't have time to sit down and think about how to tailor this topic to this. That's how this is helping us. This is the use of it. It is a helper who says, okay, you go do your thing. Let me make this simple. You can even say, based on this learning outcome, give me a lesson plan that is so simple that 5-year-olds can understand. Give me 3 different examples of how I can use this in class. And it will give you example 1, use it this way. Example 2, use it this way. Again, saving our time. Which then we don't have to sit down and crack our heads about it. But you must be as specific as possible. If I were to go back to the slides, there were some slides where it showed good example, good prompt, bad prompt. Okay. A follow-up prompt to the same chat. Now, this is the first prompt response. You will follow up with more. A follow-up prompt doesn't have to have so much detail. A follow-up prompt, you just say based on the above. Based on the above, your next question. Based on the above, give me a script. Based on the above, give me some questions. Based on the above, give me some discussion ideas. Based on the above, give me some faster. It's much, but your base prompt, the main initial prompt to start the chat must be very clear. Because if this goes wrong, then after that, all the follow-up is gone. And this one also, when you do it the first time, if you're not happy with the output, two options. You can refine the prompt in the same chat, like this, yeah? So this was something, I must show you all this. This was a prompt we used yesterday when we did the learning design workshop. The challenge was for the participants to come up with a fairy tale story in 5 minutes, a brand new fairy tale story. Everybody failed miserably. Can you come up with a new fairy tale story in 5 minutes? You will also fail miserably. But that's where the strength of the AI is. So it came up with this beautiful story about Kandy, Sri Lanka. It came up with 3 characters, Chadura, Nilmini, and Manika. Okay. Nice story. And then we went on and said we want to create image. Like, give us a nice image for a storybook cover. It gave us this nice image for a storybook cover. Right? So the follow-up prompt, if you notice the follow-up prompt is a little bit easier. The follow-up prompt to this, redo the image. Okay. But maybe I show you some serious prompt law. Not oh no, where do you go? See, yeah. So we're looking at this. How would anybody help to improve? Anything else you want to improve on this prompt before we go to the next one? So learning outcomes here would be very helpful. Anything else? Like I said, this is good because the prompter has already included things like this, higher order thinking skills, UDL principles, etc. And if you look at the output, it will actually give you how it will give you ideas that actually include the UDL principles, etc. in it. Okay. Multiple means of representation. Okay, thank you. This is good. Moving on, let's go to another one. Open Prasad. So let's ask Prasad. This is now not peer review, self-review. Mr. Prasad, how would you, or Prof. Prasad, how would you improve this prompt now, based on what we've just been speaking over the last 10 minutes?
This time I wanted to get strategies. I know lot of strategies, but that particular classroom, I wanted to get quickly some strategies to autistic friend. So you asked me to write learning outcomes, and I thought if I can put follow-up prompts.
Okay, in your case, this is different because you're not writing a lesson plan. You're asking for a strategic plan. Yeah.
Later I.
Oh, you went. There is something else below.
They gave me very good 2 learning outcomes. So I am quite satisfied with that 2 learning outcomes. My question is, if I can ask the follow-up prompt, give me more suitable learning outcomes, is it okay?
Can you repeat that again? What is just said?
No, I didn't have time to prepare new activities for my class.
Okay, correct. But what is the last sentence you said? Give
Last
me
sentence.
2 suitable learning outcomes.
Yeah, I got very satisfied 2 learning outcomes, but thinking about the teacher guide, I need more.
Okay.
So then, is it okay to write? Can you give me more?
Why I'm asking you to say exactly what you said is because you talk to the ChatGPT engine just like that. You talk to it just like, give me 2 more better learning outcomes based on this.
So they're not necessary to write the learning outcomes,
Well,
the first prompt.
It depends. If I have a learning outcome and I want to create a lesson plan, then I give it. If I'm creating a new course and I want some learning outcomes for it, then I will ask it. It depends on what you want. That's why the first step is know what you want to do. As Fad was saying, the first step, know what you want. Then it becomes easy.
So you can, yeah, obviously you can say, please refine or give me 2 better ones. I mean, like John and I just talked to generative AI, like we talk to each other. Like, dude, this doesn't make sense, right? And it understands and it gives us something better. But when you specifically say something better or more suitable, then imagine you're saying it to me.
It's very subjective.
Yeah.
What is better? What is more suitable? Based on what?
Exactly. So now you're entering into the realm of professionalism, right? So maybe what you need to do is upload your guidelines. You said something about guides, a guide. So maybe you can upload the guide into ChatGPT and say, now give me similar learning outcomes based on our conversation up till now, whatever we've done for the past 6 hours. And but in line with the guidelines that I just uploaded. And then it will be a lot more aligned with what you have in mind and what your institution has.
Please note that uploading documents to ChatGPT costs $20 a month. That's not available with the free version. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, you haven't done it here. So, like what Fad was saying earlier, right? How we communicate. Sometimes I get a response and I'm like, oi, what? That's not what I want. It's like I'm talking, like I told you, keep in mind that this is your assistant. The clearer you speak to your assistant, the better the assistant can perform. So it becomes very chat. It's called ChatGPT because it's a chat tool. It's a conversational tool. So you must converse with it. Now we break for a short while for a announcement from Fad. No, the professional thing.
Just saying congratulations, you all now have US citizenship.
Okay.
So a lot of people, number one, 2 things I wanted to just clarify that the first thing, the one hoop that you have to kind of jump over is that people assume that this is like a normal computer software where you have very specific kind of commands that you can give to it so that it can give you very specific kind of responses. That is not true anymore. I don't know how many of you have seen Iron Man. Not many people have seen the original Iron Man. In movies, they have these artificial intelligences that a person walks in and says, I don't know, I've had a bad day. Siri, could you please turn on the kind of music that I like? And the computer understands. Up till now, that was just science fiction. Right now, what is in front of you is exactly that. Very brief example, I won't take too much time, is I was just thinking I wanted to go to the supermarket to get a dustpan that you sweep into and then you can pick it up and throw it. I just couldn't remember for the life of me the word dustpan. So instead of asking somebody, I opened ChatGPT and I said, what is that thing that's kind of triangular thingy? And exact words, triangular thingy that you can sweep into dust and you can put it over there. It said, yes, I think you're talking about dustpan. So that time of artificial intelligence is here and it's in front of you, and congratulations, it's free. Okay, so you can actually talk like that, but I was the biggest proponent of free tools of artificial intelligence. And then I started, because when I started out my PhD, but then it came to a point where I got acclimatized with generative AI so well that I needed to use it for more and more things. Just like, sir, now you have to upload guidelines in order to get the best possible learning outcomes that you can actually use in your professional life. Yes, sir? Am I correct? Keyword being professional life. The minute you cross the line between amateur and professional, money automatically gets involved. Any one of us could go out and buy the cheapest possible tablet, the cheapest possible computer, and it would work for a while. But when we become professionals, we need to take it into a classroom. We need battery life. We need better this. We need better processing. We need to spend the money. So this is the same thing over here. In order to get the best of it, You need to then subscribe. Okay, so let's move on to the next one.
Thank you, sir.
So I believe where do we go now? Who used Gemini? Who says this? Did somebody use Gemini and post it? Yeah. You did? Okay, let's see. Oh, I think Gemini doesn't allow sharing of links.
Try to share a Gemini link. It can be done by like this. Here. Here there's
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
share.
The 3 dots. So where are we right now? How many of you feel that you have something you can actually work with in your professional life? Could you please raise your hands? One is you, sir. You have something approaching what you can actually use. Who else?
Are we done?
Another link, but Gemini opened it, wasn't.
Yeah, I tried Gemini, wasn't opening, so it's
Yeah.
closed off.
We just found out that Gemini can actually be shared. There's a specific share button if you go into the 3 buttons.
We're looking at this law. Was there any suggestion for this? How would you improve peer review time again? How would you improve this?
I am a teacher of secondary school in Sri Lanka. I want to write a lesson plan for 40 minutes.
Give it
Okay.
random. Intern number 1. Who's intern number 1? Intern number 1 is here. Can you give the mic? Oh, the mic's okay. What's the first thing that's missing from this prompt? It's very obvious if you're listening. What's the first thing that's missing from this prompt? Intern, the intern. We leave the intern. Intern now under pressure. Interns congregate. No, just kidding. Anybody want to help the interns?
We can add the learning outcomes. We should want these things.
Okay, learning outcomes is coming soon. What's the first thing that's missing from there? Anybody? Whoever can answer correctly. Dr. Y is offering US citizenship. But you all are teachers. You will never leave Sri Lanka to go to US because you are dedicated. So we will not offer US citizenship in this room. What's the first thing? Anybody can help her. What's your name, ma'am? Miss
Praboda. Praboda.
Pramoda.
It's Praboda.
Pramoda.
It's not Praboda.
Praboda. Anybody wants to help Praboda? Your seniors from NIE have got it. Now they are assessing you as an intern. No pressure. Anybody else? What's missing? Who can tell me what's missing? The first thing that's missing there.
The subject.
Objective, yes, but one intern is willing to help you. Pass the mic. Quickly pass the mic. Get rid of the mic quickly. Save yourself.
She has not mentioned a subject.
She has not mentioned the subject. Topic got la. Topic is an introduction to computer, but no subject. Okay, fine. But that's all after this. The main thing I asked you to do. Remember, ChatGPT is very knowledgeable about everything. You are asking a question to whom? Are you asking the baker, or are you asking the contractor, or are you asking the taxi driver? Who are you asking this question to? You have not given the context. You are a. That's the first thing that's missing here. Everything else, there's a few other things missing, and you got it. All this, but the first thing that's missing is the context. Who are you asking? Because right now with this prompt, ChatGPT can figure out, okay, you're talking about lesson plans for a teacher, it's figuring out. But if you start out by giving the context, it is very clear. You are an education expert, you are a computer science specialist teacher. You are. And then give the prompt. So whoever did this, try it again with that context. Copy this prompt, paste it, but before you hit enter, put in the beginning there. You're talking about computer science and all that, right? So you are a computer science expert teacher. You have been teaching this subject for 20 years, whatever. And then follow through with this prompt, and you see the difference in the output. Okay? Move on to the next one. Probably look at one or two more before we go into actually prompting for your own. Let's look at one from Copilot. I'm not sure if Copilot allows to share, but nope, it's asking me to ask a question. At the moment, the easiest to share is ChatGPT, so let's go. This one sounds interesting, vertical gardening. Let's look at this. Okay, peer review continues. Anybody wants to comment positively on this? How can you improve this prompt? My question doesn't mean that there's something wrong. It could be that it's perfect. If it's perfect, just say it's good enough. Right? It could be. I love that line. Include more opportunity to give more hands-on experience. You're telling it what you want in that lesson plan. That's really good. Okay. But the last line here is a bit strange because you are asking the expert to prepare the lesson plan and you're asking the expert to create the learning outcome. You must tell this. It's better if you tell this. The learning outcome for this topic, lesson plan for vertical gardening, is first steps. A student must be able to explain the first steps in setting up a vertical garden. That's the learning outcome. Because not that he cannot, but his knowledge is so vast. So he will create some other learning outcome that maybe not what you wanted. That's the reason why you give the learning outcome. The topic here is vertical gardening, but the learning outcome that I want you to focus on is the student must be able to explain the basic principles of setting up a vertical garden. This is the learning outcome. And the lesson is tailored to that. Anything else? Any other way you can improve this? Anyone? NIE is looking at it with a very critical eye, so they are very sharp now. It's good because they're the ones who are going to be guiding you after I'm lost. Get out of here, right? And some of them, all of them actually, you should really appreciate them. I'm not sure about ma'am, but the three gentlemen here have volunteered to continue this training after we leave, which means that they will be now running more trainings for more of your colleagues. Okay. I'm not sure whether the offer was extended to everybody, but I think the two ladies here and the three gentlemen here, maybe others, even you teachers, the plan here is this week, we are here. Fahad, myself, Dr. Y, we are here to do training. And these poor guys, who I don't know whether they volunteered or they were forced to volunteer, but they have been made to sit in every session and not only learn what we are teaching them, but also to learn how to teach this again. And they've been doing an excellent job. I really hats off to them. Some of them here, some of them have been here from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the fourth day. Okay. And the plan is they will now become the next generation and start arranging trainings for other people. I think Dr. Ashita started in the morning by saying that our target is 10,000. 10,000 academics in Sri Lanka who will be using Gen AI by the end of this year. Currently, there's 30 of you here in this room. There's about 50 in the other room. 10,000 seems like a very far away number. Yeah, but last night we did the maths. Each new training needs to have only 50 people. And we'll be reaching 10,000 very fast. So they're doing a good job. That's why they are very alert and focusing. Okay, which is good. Anybody else? Anything else that you can think and include here? If not, we'll move on to the next one. I think this is good, but I mentioned here, don't ask it to create the learning outcome if you can give the learning outcome. If you cannot, couple of months back, our team in APU, we created a couple of new programs, teaching programs, a digital learning ambassador program, higher education teaching certificate program. Yeah. So we know how the program should look like. So when we first started engaging with ChatGPT for this, we said, suggest some learning outcomes. This is the program we have in mind. Suggest some program learning outcomes. Then suggested, we said, nah, this is not good, this is not good, this is good, this is good. So we are now using it as a helper. So it gives ideas, we throw some, we keep some, build some, then we go lower. Based on this program learning outcomes, suggest 5 different courses that will go into this program. Module 1, Module 2, Subject 1, Subject 2, whatever. Then for each subject, okay, what is the learning outcomes? Keep some, throw some. We are now building a program. So we asked it for learning outcomes. Here you want a specific lesson plan. So use the learning outcomes wherever you can. Okay. Can we look at one last person before we move on? ICT grade 6. This one, I think you all can help me a lot with improving this prompt. Who wants to have a go? This is not a bad prompt. You know what this prompt is? This is a lazy prompt. Yes, but you will, like I said, you need to learn how to walk first before you can learn how to do high jump. Okay. I want a lesson plan. Yeah, I also want a lot of things. If I was ChatGPT, I'll respond, yeah, I also want a lot of things. But no, it's not wrong. I'm just saying it's because it could be, as what Prof. Prasad saying, it could be because you're in a rush. But even in a rush, do not forget the important vital things. No matter how much you are rushing to get somewhere, if you stop to pour petrol, you will have to close the petrol thing, right? You cannot say, I'm in a rush, I'm not going to close this. I'm in a rush, I'm not going to close my door. I'm in a rush, my wife went to the toilet, I'm not going to wait for her, I'm leaving, I'm in a rush. That's it, I'm dead. So yes, you are all in a rush, we are all in a rush all the time, but don't forget the basics. The basics are important. And as you build your prompting relationship with the chat tool, as it gets to know you better, it will understand where you're coming from. It will understand that you are a teacher, yes, sir.
Even though you have options to offer prompts, even though you have that option, the first prompt is very vital. In a particular chat, in that series, in that chat sequence, the first prompt is very important. After that, you have, based on this, you can ask, based on the above, do this. Based on that, do this. Or you can even copy some of its output and put back and say, you said this, now suggest this. You can do that. But the first prompt is setting the tone for the whole thing. Right? So take some time and write that first prompt. Sorry? See, the thing is, this is not a prompt. This is a question you're asking. You can ask Google the same question and it'll give you the proper answer like this. This is not a prompt. So if you want to say create a lesson with this, you cannot just write like that. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. What I'm saying is that this is a question you've asked it. So it's a different. Okay, the question here is, ma'am, what's your name, ma'am?
Sumedha.
Sumedha has written a prompt, and the prompt reads, can I read it out? The prompt is how to simplify Boolean expression with 3 input variable. And it's given a pretty good answer. Why is this okay? Why is this okay? It's how to simplify Boolean expression with 3 input variable. That's the prompt. It's given answer simplifying Boolean expressions with 3. Then it says write down the 3 Boolean expression, apply algebra laws, apply Carnot maps, combine terms. It's given a very step-by-step answer. Why is this okay? And here I'm saying no. Simply because this is a question. You're just asking it a question. It's like I'm meeting my teacher. Okay. It's like I'm meeting my teacher and I have a question for my teacher. I don't need to introduce teacher. I am Jonathan. I'm in your class. I meet you every Wednesday in class. I don't need to give that context to ask the question. Just throw the question, teacher answer. That's it. When you're prompting for something, because that's what you're going to do now. Right now, before, I don't know what time lunch is even, but before we break for lunch, you're actually going to start writing a prompt for a lesson plan. We are going to go back to the, oh, there's a question, sorry. Before we do that, there's a question, there's a quiz continues. Okay, are you ready with your phones for the quiz? The quiz continues again. So if you haven't joined, go back and join there. If you have joined, the question is coming up now. You got 25 seconds now. Which of these is not a step? Okay, one person has answered. I don't think we're going to reach 20 this time. 4. If we can reach 10, I'll be happy. 5, 6. No. 9. Yes. Damn, we didn't make it. We made it. We got 11. Excellent. And more than that, it's 65% of you have got it all correct, which is really good. Yeah. So specify the response, review the prompt, be clear and specific are all steps. Adding an image is not. Okay. Mohan is still in the lead. Mohan, Mohan is going to win himself a free lunch after this. So is everybody, right? Okay, I don't know if there's another. Oh, there's another question. Okay, quickly, 30 seconds. There are no risks in using ChatGPT. Some people might say this is a very philosophical question and there is no right or wrong answer. But answer, are there risks or not? Okay, so we can go 20 lah. 20 people can. 17. 3 more. Yeah. Okay, looks like we didn't. Did we? Did we make it? No, we didn't. Okay, interestingly, 25. A quarter of you think that there are no risks in using ChatGPT. I'm very intrigued. Okay, like I said, this can become a philosophy debate because there will be people who will argue no, there will be people who will argue yes, there is risk. The correct answer is actually yes, there are risks. There are inherent risks with using it. I think Far explained some of it very clearly earlier. Risk of bias, risk of output, incorrect output information. Okay. So there are many things, there are risks. And that is why the real intelligence always supersedes it, right? Okay. Mohan, you are there lah. Congratulations, Pula Mohan. Okay. You won yourself a free lunch. Yes. Everybody's won yourself a free lunch just by being here. Okay. So this is what we are going to do now. You're going to basically use ChatGPT to create a proper lesson plan. So I want you to really focus on all the different. There's a video that I'm not going to play. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So. This is what I want you to all type in. Everybody is going to do the same thing now. Open a new chat and type in this. This is a long prompt, huh? But yes, please open a new chat and type exactly this in. Check with Andrea, what time to lunch? I think you let them go. 12:15 or. Okay, wait, hang on. Sorry, I just thought about this. No need for you to do this exactly. I want you to follow this, but I want you to change certain things here to suit your own teaching that you want to plan for next week class. Okay, general idea of the plan is here. You are a teacher, blah, 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 but include things that are relevant to the class that you want to create the lesson plan for next week. Okay, we don't need to waste time doing this, everybody same thing again. Think about it carefully. This is just a prompt guide. Think about it because that's going to be your lesson plan for the rest of the day today. So we will build the content and all that for that lesson plan based on that prompt. Okay. Interns, you okay? Ready? No, it's ready. Okay. Okay. If you can see what I'm doing is I'm just putting brackets around whatever you can change. Yes, she just came in. Once you have completed typing your prompt and you are happy with your prompt that you have typed, hit enter and you get your response. If you're happy with your response, we can break for lunch. Those who are happy with the response. If you're not happy with your response, refine the prompt again before you go for lunch. Because when you come back from lunch, prompt and response must be ready. Have you all got a satisfactory response? How many of you have written the prompt clearly and got a satisfactory response? Not yet. No, no worries. Take your time.
Thinking about very suitable.
So this is a guideline that you can already use this. Replace the sections in brackets, but think more with your own context as well. For your class, think of your class, think of your students next week. Ma'am, you have a class next week? Not mathematics class, different class. So how many? Good one. Okay, if you have a content answer, you can actually go and have lunch. Are you waiting for your friend? Either I'm going to stop at 12:15 because lunch has been ready for a while now. If you have any problems, just raise your hands. Fad and I are here. We will jump and come. If we don't fall down. Okay, I'm really happy that you are taking your time and really looking into the prompts. That's really a good feeling. But I also know that some of you might be feeling hungry because it's been a while. And it's also the lunch has been ready for about 15 minutes now. So we will take a break. Nobody is stopping you from going and eating 10 minutes and coming back. Okay, if you really want to have a quick lunch and come back, although it's a buffet, so you might spend a bit longer there. Lunch is on the second floor. Go out the same way, lift up to the second floor. And there's a swimming pool, just go past the swimming pool. I shouldn't be telling you this, you guys should know this place better than me, I think. But just that I've been walking around here for 3 days now. Lift, second floor, exit, turn right, swimming pool, turn right, restaurant is there. Okay, we will resume in 60 minutes. But if you feel that you are eating, but your mind is all on prompts and response, finish fast and come back here. Okay, this place will still be here. Okay, you may leave now. You guys are ending the recording. I have taken one of the sample prompts that you wrote earlier. I'm going to now put that in here, but we're going to improve it. And we're going to write a lesson plan. And I'm going to show you how we can create. See, when we write lesson plans, we want to use things in class. We use things like images, etc. So we're going to start small by creating maybe a game from the lesson plan, so that you can use in class as a icebreaker activity or something. All right. So let me paste that particular prompt and let's improve it slightly. This is the context, right? You are an experienced IT professional and teacher with 25 years, okay? 25 years of involvement in IT and teaching. Okay. Your teaching and expertise has centered around Sri Lanka. Okay. Now I've given it its context. I've given this particular chat, I've told it who it is. Now I'm going to go to my request. Okay. I am a teacher teaching. Give me a year. Teaching year 12. Year 12 too old. Year 8, year 7. Year 7 students in Kandy. In a public school in Kandy. I'm just trying to be polite here. Help me to generate a lesson plan to introduce the. How do we improve this now? To introduce the. All right. Is it okay? Okay, ICT teachers, what would be a learning outcome from here? ICT teachers, come on, what would be a learning outcome here? What would be a good learning outcome here? I will put in the beginning part first. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to. Okay, how do I complete this? ICT teachers, help me. Sorry? Huh? Can't hear you, need the mic. Oh, still very full from lunch, I think. Okay, come on, how do you do this? By the end of the lesson, you'll be able to, what do you think they should be able to do by the end of this lesson? Okay. Identify, to be able to identify the parts of processor of a computer processor or a processor. Okay, let's just try processor. It's fine. Okay. Lesson is for 60 minutes. What's your average class time? 40 minutes. 40 minutes and must be engaging to most, again, this is my assumption, most government schools would have a mix of very city, urban kind of students, and there'll be some a bit more rural students. Yeah, so you can actually say that if you want to, but you can just say diverse learners. And anything else I can add here? Anyone? You can't see the full prompt, but this is the full prompt. So, anything else I can add here to focus my lesson plan? I can even say suggest some game activities that will yeah, let's try. Teachers, I need your approval. I am not an ICT teacher. I'm not a year 7 teacher. So for me to validate this output is a bit difficult. So I need your help. Can you validate this for me? Is this output, is this lesson plan acceptable? Maybe I can ask NIE's help here, because one thing I realized that I did not put in the prompt was I didn't prompt to align it to NIE standards. Yep. So are there any particular standards in this that I can refer to? Because I'm just going to modify this prompt now and say, sorry? You know, Now, this objective I gave, Prof. I gave the objective. So I want the lesson to be based on this. Okay. So now I can say excellent output first. I say thank you, lah. Nicely, must be nice to him a bit. Excellent output. Thank you. Can you modify the plan to incorporate, what standards am I looking at here? What is the standards that you use for year 7? Is there a national education teacher guide? National education teacher guide? Okay. To incorporate the Sri Lankan teacher guides by the National Institute of Education. Okay, good. Let's try this again. So it says here, well, I don't have direct access to the latest NIE teacher guides. You have kept your teacher guides very safely hidden. But it's okay. See, if you had the, let's say you had access to the paid version of ChatGPT, right? Sorry? On the website? Okay, we'll ask him to do the work. Don't worry. If you know it's on the website, we'll ask him to do the work. No problem. Let him finish first. Let's see. Sorry? Can, but I don't want to use it. I'm going to tell him to go and search in the NIE website. The NIE teacher guides are available at, would you happen to have the URL for the website? Anyone has the, no? You can find it here. Hang on, don't worry. We can find it. Just NIE is fine, huh? NIE Lanka. This one. Very good. Okay. So see what it's saying is, okay, let's go to the website. Let's see what it can do here. Where would I be able to find it? Hope it's a PDF. The first one, yeah? Okay, nice. Now we have something solid. We can do this. No, it's not helpful so far for it. Okay. Now I can actually continue this, or I can start a new chat. I'm just going to continue this. Okay. So now what I can do is I've already downloaded the PDF. So I can actually upload the PDF here. Okay, where was it in the desktop? How big is the teacher guide? How many pages? How many pages is the teacher guide? This one 73. Okay. Okay, so it read the 73-page document in about 1 second, finish. And it's basing it now on that. So if you don't have the paid version, the workaround to this, the solution would be you open the teacher guide, PDF, you find the relevant sections that you need, you copy the text and you paste it in. A bit tiring, right? But with the paid version, I just upload the whole document, let him do the reading. Now done. Now the lesson plan is perfect. We've got a learning outcome, we've aligned it with the NIE. Now teachers, please tell me if this is okay. Teachers, are you satisfied? NIE, are you satisfied? Up where? Right at the top. To my first prompt. Yeah. Okay, this one. Okay, so this is where it responds. Central processing unit. So this is processor. Yeah. So what it's doing now is, because I gave the learning outcome as identify the parts of the processor, it is now saying in line with my learning outcome and also in line with the NIE curriculum objectives, it has come up with a lesson plan. If I didn't give a learning outcome earlier, and I just put the NIE document and said, based on this for year 7, lesson on processors, you write me a learning outcome, it would be different. Just because I gave something. So which means you can change this. If you are a teacher and you're following the teacher's guide, you can use the learning outcome in the teacher's guide as well. You know, to create a learning outcome separately. Okay. So we got this. What is it saying? Introduction. Okay. It is asking you to use a simple diagram. Now, let's go back to your learning outcomes earlier. You've just seen how much detail you can go into it. But if you are time saving, then you do it faster. Go back to your own lesson plan now and look at what is it asking you for. Is it asking you to create diagrams like this? Is it suggesting create diagrams, use a diagram to highlight something? Does it say, some of you, the output suggestion lesson plan might say create a video? I don't know. What does it say? Does it say anywhere use a diagram? Or if it doesn't say use a diagram, is there any thing in this lesson plan that you think would be better represented with a diagram, with an image, with a picture? In your lesson plan that you created now before lunch, is there anything that you think that maybe showing it with the diagram would be better? For example, I'm going to show you, then you're going to do this for yourself. For example, it says here, direct instruction, present the main parts of processor, control unit, ALU, registers, cache, etc. Explain each part's function with the aid of diagrams. It's telling me if you can use diagrams here, right? So I am going to see if I can now take this, go back here, If you notice, my prompt has become much shorter now, because I don't need to give it much context. It already knows the context of what's happening here. So I'm going straight to the point. Arithmetic logic unit, you suggested this. Create a diagram that explains the function of the ALU. Let's see what happens. Now you must note that this picture that is being created here is 100% unique picture. There is no picture like this in the world. There might be pictures that look like this, but this particular picture is unique in the world. This is, you generated it. You have generated this picture. If you sign it, you can sell it as an NFT. It's unique. There is no picture like this in the world. I can give the same prompt again. The next picture they come up, similarity, but won't be the same. The fairy tale I shared with you earlier, the Kandy fairy tale with the 3 characters, totally unique story. But towards somewhere on the day, one of the participants came and told me that, that story got some similarity to, what is the term they used yesterday? Jadaga stories, yes. There's some connection with the Jadaga stories. There is a Jadaga story which is almost there, but not exactly. Because it's generating. Yes, it will take from here and there. It's not God to create from nothing. But it's God-like to create from everything. So this picture is unique. ICT teachers, can we use this picture in your lesson? Or you can improve it if you think that this is not so accurate, but you might have to then label this, put it on a PowerPoint and label the different parts and how does the flow of DC, AC function and etc. Okay. Let's try something else. Something else that let's try this. I don't know whether can. Let's try. I'm just trying. See how. Okay. So it says here, I'm unable to create the PowerPoint directly. Okay. However, you can create, and it's giving me the outline. Your presentation should outline the historical development of processes, ideas. I don't need a PowerPoint. I wanted the image, I got the image. Now go back to your own lesson plan and see which part of your lesson plan you think you may need to create an image. And you can, with ChatGPT-4, you may not be able to, sorry, with the free version, you may not be able to. So you can go to sites like this, nightcafe.com, nightcafe. Yeah, you can go to this kind of site, Night Cafe. Again, it'll ask you to register. Okay. This is a free one. You can also go to you can also use Microsoft Bing and go to Bing Image Creator and put in a prompt here. This was my son basically playing the fool with it. Okay, so I'm going to give a prompt to this to create an image of a Let's see, yeah. Creating something. I just said create an image of a CPU with the parts exposed so that from outside you can see what's happening inside. And let's just see what happens. Bing, what Bing does is it gives you 4 images for every prompt that you request. Okay. It gives you 4 images for every prompt, which is why I think this prompt the other day I gave this prompt. One of the participants said, create an image of students in Kandy walking to Trinity College. Anybody from Trinity College here? Yes. And these were the 4 images it gave. But then we said that no, there's no buildings like this in Kandy, so rejected this picture. Yeah, I think the one that everybody liked most was this one. Apparently, this is not Trinity College, but near Trinity College, apparently there is a mosque that is somewhat like this. So they said we can go with this. But I mean, this looks like their students are doing some protest on the streets. But again, this is, you can create some image. You can use this. You can use what we used earlier, Night Cafe. This is me. No, this is not me. This is me, my prompt. I just wrote this prompt when this thing first came out. I said, I want to try it. Caveman holding, human holding a torch. Okay. So this was my prompt. Now, Night Cafe and all also, there's a cost to it, but there's always a free version. And you can use the free version. It's based on credits. If you run out of credits, you just wait for 1-2 days, credits will come back. Yes, sir. Question. Yes, I want to show something. But this is not an image. This is more of a diagram. So you can see, we ask you and see for diagram instead of image. Okay, so it was just pointed out to me that this is an image, but in your NIE document, what is there is a diagram. So let's try and see. Let's ask it for a diagram. What is the diagram supposed to show? That shows the you see, it just goes back to the basic of prompting, right? You need to know what you want. Like now I'm working with a subject matter that I'm totally not familiar with. So I need to ask you, put in. But when I'm working on my subject matter, I know exactly what I want. Oh no, this is bad. This is not it, right? Or maybe I can say, But again, I would come back to this. The diagram that you showed me, if you all can look into the document, it's just a 3-word thing that I can create very easily on PowerPoint. I really don't need to use ChatGPT to create a diagram like that, right? So I'm not going to worry so much about that, because that is just a diagram. I think you put text box, text box, text box, and one big text box around it. I would think it's a waste of your time to try and recreate that here. You can recreate that in PowerPoint. But however, if you are using this paid version of GPTs and all that, right? You can have additional GPTs here, like we used Canva yesterday. So if I want to copy this prompt, the diagram of CPU and processor parts, and I go to the Canva powered chat. I go to the chat that is powered by Canva. Then I say, can you create this? Diagrams of CPU and processor parts. Now this is Chat GPT, but focusing on the power of Canva. Right? So we tried this yesterday and some things happened. Nope. Diagrams of top. Central processing unit. You'll figure out. It's going back to the same thing again. Okay. This Canva GPT is weird. Let's go back to our lesson plan and see what else. Have you all done something image-wise for your lesson plan? You have? If you have got your images, then hang on to it, because then I want to move on to something else, which okay. Now I want to show you how to right. All good? Okay. Some of you are still working, so let's take your time. Take your time. Let's give you another 5 minutes or so. Get your image clear, something that you can showcase in the class. Some of you have moved away from image and asked. I think Prof. Prasad did something. He said, "Give me how to showcase this on the blackboard." So it's given him nice text that he can write on the blackboard. Okay, so it's merging high tech with old school. It's very good. Now you can actually follow this and write stuff on the blackboard. Mhm. Yeah, then the camera lens is not suitable. Let me see if we can do it with this. But I have to go to a new chat because this one has got a lot of different information, right? So um, too colorful? Yeah, too colorful. What would you correct here? What would you correct here? It's a bit, for me, I find it a bit too colorful. Okay. Yes. Better? Definitely better because there are no elephants, butterflies, birds. You can actually use this picture to help to get them to identify things or a label. But year 6 is a bit big, right? 13 years old, 12, 11 years old. Okay. So because you see with ChatGPT 4, the paid version, it comes with all this with DALI and all that. Okay, so it's a bit more resourceful. But what are the other image creating fellows? Night Cafe. So yeah, stable diffusion. I think you are doing something on Bing and Night Cafe. It should be good. Night Cafe works on a credit system. Have you got one or two images ready? Can I see some show of hands? Everybody has one or two images ready? No hands means you're still doing something. I saw a lot of other kinds of images being generated. I'm hoping that those are actually for lesson plans. Because I need you all to be on the same level here so that we can move on together. Because next we're going to go into see how we can create a video. Because whether you like it or not, a picture speaks 1,000 words. It's much more attractive than text. But a video speaks better than that. Okay. So if I were to go back to this particular output that we had here, it says introduction, start with a brief explanation of the computer as a crucial tool. I want to actually use this and make a video. I don't want to start my class by me talking about this. I want this to be a video. So think along the same lines for your own lesson plan that you are developing. Is there something? Oh, you got a computer. Not bad. Where did you get a computer from? Uh-huh. Okay, it's okay. Doesn't matter. You got one. That's good. So think along your own lesson plan. Is there any place that you think that a video would better represent this? Remember, you're working on a 40-minute lesson, so you're gonna put a few different elements because of the whole UDL and all that. They put a video. Some people are engaged. Okay, you look troubled. Okay. So if you have identified the parts of if you've done your image, if you have done your image thing, then you have identified which part of your lesson plan can become a video. Then I need you to just focus on me for a while. See what I'm going to show you, and then you can get back to the computer and replicate it. Okay? Because if you're doing it while I'm speaking, you're not listening to me, I know you cannot multitask. Because right now your body is already multitasking. Still the food is being digested. So half the blood is down here digesting the food. Only little bit blood is here in the brain. So you're already multitasking. So you cannot add another multitask to it, right? So focus. We are going to take this and try to create a video. I will show this to you using two tools, one ChatGPT itself and another called Pictory, which is a tool that we use in APU. But I will then introduce a tool that you can use for free and create your own video, right? So since I want to start with a brief explanation like this, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go here to the bottom and say, based on this output by you, so I'm putting the blame back on him. Write me a script for a 3-minute video. So I'm giving him the thing. And based on this, write me a script for a 3-minute video. I do not need any visual or audio cues. Now, why do I say this? Because this guy is a generative tool. He likes to generate things. When I say give me a video script, he immediately thinks of everything I need to make a video. I need visual cues. He'll try to tell me what kind of music should play here, what kind of background scenery, all that I don't need. I just need the text, the narration, right? So I do not need any visual or audio cues. Only give me the narration text. Okay. It was a very short script, but it's fine for our purposes. Simple video will do. So now, in order to make the video, I copy the script. I go to this tool that I'm using called Pictory. I'm going to go to the main page, of course, the starting. So what does AI powered video tools mean? It simply means that without AI, the script that I have, I need to go and find the matching visuals. So if, for example, if the script says something about computers in Sri Lanka, I might need to go and find an image or a video of a school in Sri Lanka where children are using the computer. All time consuming. But with the AI tool, I just paste the script. The AI will go and look around for over 14, 15 million videos that are available and find the suitable ones to put into this new video. Okay? How that works? We go to script to video. Now, don't do anything yet, because later I'm going to tell you which tool you can use. Whichever tool you're using, the general process is the same. You take your script that you have copied from ChatGPT and you paste it here. Okay. What was our lesson again? What it's doing now is it's doing the heavy lifting work. It is now going based on the text that we gave it. It is now going and looking for all the different images and videos and etc. to put into one. This is a very short 5-scene video. And it only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scenes. That's it. Okay. If you want more scenes, then you can actually edit it and break this up into different scenes and all, right? But it's fine, because sometimes I feel that there's too much text here. I want to make it shorter. Then what I do is I just split it up into different scenes. Application. I think that this one also is very long. I'm going to split the scene. I feel anything else is very long. Now what's happening here is, this is a preview. Okay. We can actually add a voice to it, apply AI voice, somebody will narrate this whole thing. You can upload your own voice. You can actually record your own voice if you want to. Okay. Those of you with nice voices might want to try this. I will use the AI voice. And then AI voice, you got all these choices. You got all these choices, so many choices that you can choose from. If my personal preference is this Amanda female, a natural narrator. So I am going to use that person. Sorry. Okay. So it's now applying the voice to, it's a short video, so it shouldn't take very long. Once it's done, we should be able to preview our video and see if we are okay. And then we can download it. And within 30 minutes, with no edits, within 15 minutes, you can actually download a video. If you want to edit, for example, you don't like this particular background, you don't like some, you want to change it, you can always change it as well. You can go to different areas in this. Screen size is not allowing me to see some things. Okay, so voiceover done. Now let us preview the video. Yeah, this is what I was trying to see. Sorry, yeah. Good job. 1 second. Let me just cancel this. If I don't like this particular visual that's here, scene 1, I don't like this visual, I can actually go here and change it. I can change it by uploading my own pictures or from whatever they have as well. Okay. Yeah, so I can search from here, I can, whatever, like you can actually upload your own. If you got time to make a lot of edits, go ahead and make a lot of edits. You can change the font size, etc. Sometimes I want this video out faster. Okay, because my class is tomorrow, or my class is next week. You all are preparing for class for next week, right? So you got a bit of time, lah. Let's go preview. It is ultimately going to be a very short video, I think less than 2 minutes. Hopefully it's not less than 1 minute. Oh. Proximity.
In today's digital age, the computer stands as a pivotal tool across various sectors, driving innovation and efficiency worldwide. In Sri Lanka, its impact is profoundly felt, catalyzing advancements in education, healthcare, finance, and more, thus playing a crucial role in the nation's development trajectory. As we delve into the intricate world of computers, we uncover the essence of the Central Processing Unit, CPU, the brain where complex calculations and operations are executed. Here we spotlight the Arithmetic Logic Unit, ALU, a core segment of the CPU, orchestrating arithmetic and logical functions essential for data processing. Through this exploration, we celebrate the technological strides empowering Sri Lanka, underscoring the computer's integral role in shaping a progressive, tech-savvy future for the nation.
Not even a minute. Okay, I've got no complaint. I was just showing this as a sample. You can modify the script at any time. You can add things. And that video of that lady sitting there was not Sri Lanka, is it? You all are shaking your head like this. Okay, it's fine, because if it's not, then you can actually go and replace that with another video or visual, right? You're already trying to make some video, huh? Okay, right. So now, because you can't use Pictory, so I'm going to go ahead and download this. No, I'm not going to download this video. I'm going to change this scene because you said it's not correct, right? It's not accurate. So let us see if we can find some video that is really Sri Lanka. The dressing is not Sri Lanka, is it? I'm bad at these cultural things, so please forgive me. This is how you change it if you want to change. Like, you just you search for something. It's not whatever. If you can get something, if you cannot, you can always upload your own. It can be just a picture you took in class of your students on. Upload that. Fine. Okay. So for now, maybe let's just download this while I show you the tool that you can use, which is called InVideo. .io. Okay. So now is your time to work on this. Find that one section from your lesson plan that you want to convert into a video. Create a script. This one you can go back to ChatGPT and do that. Specify you want a script for 3 minutes, 2 minutes, but don't make it too long. You only got a 40-minute class.
Okay, one thing I've noticed, and it's not your fault at all, that some people are going into the wrong AI just because other companies have also launched fake AI sometimes. Sometimes other companies have similar products like Gemini. The word is pretty popular. So other software companies and other companies probably have products by the same name. Same with Copilot. There's GitHub Copilot that's existed long before Microsoft Copilot. So my recommendation would be that whenever you Google any of these tools that we are telling you about, please ensure that either you look at the URL or confirm with me if that is the right one, or you write the complete name like Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, OpenAI ChatGPT. Anthropic is a very difficult word to spell. So Anthropic Claude. So I'm here to help. Just, I don't want you to get into a website that's going to take your personal information or ask for your email and then start sending you spam.
Oh yeah, you studied that. I do not require any visual or audio cues, only narration text. Let me put it back up so you can see that. This was the prompt I used, yeah? Victory only in video. Unfortunately, this is the only option. In video? Sorry? The in video, is it? Yeah. At least it does. Pictory doesn't allow one. Doesn't allow, ask you to upgrade instantly. But in video, I'm guessing because at one point Pictory allowed you to make 3 free videos every 2 weeks. So once you finish, then you have to wait for 2 weeks, then you can make another 3. Then after the second 3, you wait another 2 weeks. If you still haven't signed up, the quota dropped to 2. But now they don't allow anything.
In Urdu, we have a term for this. Sar pe chad gaya hai. It means that now it's got a puffy head. That I don't need to give free. I don't.
Okay, so a lot of the tools will do that, right? They give you a free option, and then, but they've been around for some time. So some of it, like in video, still free now 4, maximum 10 minutes, total 4 videos. 10. Yeah, it's fine. Eventually, you'll find one day that even in video says, sorry, no free video. Then you find a new one, or you access it with a different email address. That's how we just play around with it. But seriously, why you all got the video for the computer from? Oh, okay, not bad. Then, okay.
That content.
Sorry? Just put others, sir. Just use other. Yeah. So as you are setting up in video, it is going to ask you questions. What are you using this for? Blah, blah, blah. Just say other. Everything answer other, except if it asks you whether you're a student or something, say student. Student, then they like you. They might give you maybe 5 videos. Okay. So now this narration got a lot of brackets now, right? So what we do now, let's take this and copy it first into a Word document.
When it asks you what quality you want to save the file in, please choose the lowest quality. It might still allow you to download a 4K or 8K video, but then who's going to run it on a PC and then see the visuals? It's going to be a very large file to process. So lowest 480p and everything.
Okay, I'll leave it. You might need it later. I'm going to paste this here. Make this bigger. Okay, so we don't need all this bracket thing, sorry. We don't need all this, we can delete it. We don't need this narrator thing here. We delete it. We don't need this whole thing until here, so we don't need this. We delete. This is, we are just cleaning it up. We don't need. We don't need. Let me just show you the whole thing for this here, and we can move to the next. Can do this. Okay, once you're happy with it, you'll see, then you can actually go to export. Not export. Export video. You have to choose this stock watermark, normal, because this one is premium. And you get the lowest resolution. You click on continue. It's making the video now. You've made it with your DG email address, is it? So, and to Director General's workspace. Are you the Director General? Okay, then it's fine. Yeah. If somebody else is the Director General, who's making videos using my account? Sorry, I forgot to ask you the DG of NIE. Yes. Okay. That's another DG of the Education Ministry. Minister Secretary. My boss. So you report to, okay. Yeah, I want to see your video very much. Your images are very nice. How's the video coming? Okay lah. Where are all the characters from just now? Not here. The earlier characters. Is it okay? All right. Okay, once you see the video and you're okay, you're happy with it, then you go to export. You go to export and you export the video. And you need to make a few changes here because this one is all, it's all by default, it's in the premium version. You go to stock watermarks, normal, and then lowest size. Then you can click on continue. Yes. Huh? You cannot play the video, you can make it the script. So you got which part of this you want to make in the script? Let's do this now. Which part of this you want to make? Which part of this learning lesson plan you want to make into a video? It should be at the beginning, one of the early parts. Okay. Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay. Fine. So what is your prompt for the script? What is your prompt for the script? Now this is your prompt for the lesson plan. What is your prompt for the video script? How do you get the script for this?
She asked, we can't use we can use video context.
Correct. Even 4 cannot create video, you only can create text. But I'm using the text to create the script for the video. Then I copy that script and put it in the video into the other tool. So what was the prompt you used for this? So you gave the prompt inside here itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Okay, no problem. But it's easier sometimes you make the script on GPT. I'll paste it in Word and then I edit the script. And sometimes the script is stupid, sometimes certain things are like read and then I take it out, replace it. Happy with the script, then I put it in the video tool. Sorry? I want to get the paid version first.
Yeah. Can we do that from
Cannot.
Spotify?
Cannot. 3.5 is the 3 version. So 4 you can actually do a lot of things. You can $20 US. Yes. $20 US. You don't have salary here. Allowance per month. 1,900 rupees per month. That's very little. Okay, yeah, I understand. Understand. So what you should try to do is do you all use Kovilpillai? Do you use Microsoft?
Yeah.
You have a Microsoft 365 account? You're still students, right? So does your college use Microsoft 365?
College email? That we have.
Okay, so then you sign in to Microsoft Bing using your college email, or you go to your college email, college main page, and you find the Microsoft tools there. You use Microsoft Copilot because you've already got a paid subscription to Office 365. Gemini is also good, but if you want the paid version, then it's $19.99. Yeah. So even ChatGPT in this next 2 months, they are coming up with this Sora. Have you heard of Sora? Yeah. They're coming up with this in 2 months' time. Sora is amazing. So like what we did is now we copy the whole script and put in, right? With Sora, you don't have to copy the script. You just type in a prompt like I need a video of what's an example say. This video is made from prompt. The prompt is that a stylish woman walks on a Tokyo street. That's it. That is the prompt. There is no script. And the video is like this. Where? In video, is it? Yeah. These are video generating tools. Video. Yeah. Only generating. Once Sora comes out, you might be able to do that with ChatGPT. Paid version, of course. You might be able to do that when you currently Sora is not out yet. It's not available yet. Currently Sora is still under testing. You can scroll down. A lot of nice videos that they've created. All and the prompts are down there. See the prompts are all the prompts are there. You see this video, it looks like some Hollywood movie, huh? It's created by AI. So, wait for I'll show you. I'll give you a nice sorry? Kahoot. Kahoot is not AI. It's a quiz game. Oh, anything. Anything. How can just for anything, not just mathematics. Okay, nice. You're happy with your yeah. Sister. This one cannot. You're trying, and this one cannot. That one cannot. I know this cannot. I tried this, so this is the only one that still allows the free video. You managed to get a. Sorry?
I like this guy's voice.
This guy's voice?
No, his voice, of course, I like, but just very calm.
Damn. Very nice. This is an in video, is it? He managed to get into some Pictory account for free. How did he get in? I'm curious. Very nice voice. Did he ask you for your credit card details or sub?
Nothing. So what did you do? Did you go for could you take us through the process, please?
So that's why you were trying, is it? I mean, if it works for you, it works. Because like I said, this let's keep updating things all the time. Okay. So guys, update. One of your friends here managed to get into Pictory, the tool that I showed you earlier. And I told you cannot, but apparently can, which I'm not surprised because these tools are constantly making some updates. They're constantly changing something. So try and see if it works. He's got 14 days free trial. 14 days is a long time. A free trial can do a lot of videos and keep. But on a free trial, you'll always have the watermark made by Pictory, made by InVideo, which is what Fahad was trying to say earlier. It's not professional, but if you're using it in your class, who cares? Right? You're not making it to sell or anything, so don't sell, huh? Who's the most popular movie director in Sri Lanka? Who's the most famous? Who? You all don't watch movies. Who is the most popular movie director? In Tamil, okay, Tamil is fine. Who? Shankar. Shankar is in India, right? I'm not here. Okay, lah, Shankar, lah. Let's go with Shankar. Everybody knows Shankar. Everybody knows Shankar, I hope. So is all your Shankar videos ready? Hey, Fahad doesn't know Shankar because Fahad from Pakistan. They don't like India.
That's not what I said. Yesterday you were saying to get this job.
No, they love India. They love India. Everybody loves India. Fahad loves everybody. Okay, videos ready, guys. Anyone still working on them? All good? Because as you know, you need to now showcase your lesson plan, your entire teaching plan for the day. This is a lesson that you are going to go and teach next week, right? You had the idea for next week, right? So I'm going to invite very soon, I'm going to invite brave volunteers to come forward, share your lesson plan with everyone, and then tell us where you plan to use images or where you plan to input videos or something like that. Just show what you have created, your creations. Okay. If you need time to modify, make it beautiful, you got 5 minutes to do so. And then, oh, excellent. He volunteered for you. Exactly. Some have volunteerism thrust upon you. Okay, so if you are, I know, because I know you are all teachers, you want to volunteer, but sometimes you're shy. So we will volunteer for you if you are shy. Please don't, I heard. I heard that. Okay, 5 minutes, yeah? And then we will take first volunteer or first, not volunteer, what's the other word? First appointee. We'll do it this way. You will come up and you will share with us. By the time you finish, if we don't have a volunteer, you will elect the next person. That's your privilege. No pressure, guys. No pressure. Don't suddenly everybody say, I need to leave now. I need to travel 5 hours to go back. I want to go back. Okay, I tell you what. Let's not take any volunteers presentation now. I think because we're going to break for tea in a while. So let me show you something before we break for tea. And then when we come back, we will take all your presentations. We will have enough time to take all your presentations as well. So you've been asking me this question, are there tools to do this? Are there tools to do that, etc., right? One nice company decided to put all these tools together and come up with a whole list of tools. You can actually search for them. They're just called magicschool.ai. Okay, but don't search now. Wait, let me finish first. Let me show you first, then you can search. Okay. Magic School AI is a company that has put together all or many different types of AI tools that we will use in education. Right? So it's a one-stop. And of course, now some of you are thinking, why didn't we start with this? Because I needed you to learn the basics first. You got the basics, anything you use, you know how to use it. And I also told you earlier, every day you'll have people coming up with new tools. Don't go chasing all the new tools, and you find something today that, oh, this is the best one. By next week, it won't be the best one anymore, right? So tools like apps like this, Magic School help you because they will do the searching and they will update if necessary. You just come to one place. Like earlier, we created a lesson plan from scratch. We use ChatGPT, we create from scratch. So you know now how to create from scratch. Nobody can bluff you. You know how to use an AI tool to create a lesson plan from scratch. You know how to validate the effectiveness of the lesson plan. You know how to map that lesson plan to the NIE teacher guide. Right? But you can actually come here to this lesson plan page, select which grade you're looking at. Okay, let's say we went for grade 7 earlier. Topic, standard, objective. You can actually add in what your objectives are for here. Parts of a CPU. And then give a bit of details about the students. You can actually even set your standards are aligned to the Sri Lankan National Institute of Education Teacher Guides. Now, are these the only documents that are available for teachers, or do they have like other national frameworks or something? Is there anything else like? I mean, this is from NIE, I get, but is there like at the ministry? Does the ministry have any other national framework for? Sorry, e-Taksala. Okay, somebody mentioned this earlier also, right? You mentioned this earlier, e-Taksala. What is the e-Taksala? Can I search? Can I find it if I search for it? Will I be able to find it if I search for it? E, yeah? E T H A K. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, but this is a national e-learning portal. This is not a framework or guideline for. It's an LMS, yeah. It's a national LMS provided for public schools. Probably. I'm referring to like you have the teacher guides. Does anybody else? Is there any other like national standards So the teacher guides are the standard. Okay, fine. No issues, no issues. So which means then you can put in here the Sri Lankan National Institute of Education teacher guide. That's your guide. Okay, something. Now all you need to do is hit the generate button, and it will. We have the teacher guide earlier, right? So let's try and see if we can upload it. Let's see if we can upload it from here. You know why this, right? You know why this message, right? Because it's the free version, lah. Okay, so if you use the paid version, then yada yada yada. Okay, now mind. Let's just see with whatever we have. We don't. It's actually coming up with something similar to what we got earlier. Okay. You can now take this and modify this slightly. You can use the same thing to create your videos or your images, etc. Okay. Go back. So there are a lot of tools as well. You can create multiple choice assessment questions. Now, why I'm sharing this with you is because although it's a paid tool, these guys are they're kind enough to provide us with a way to see this thing here for training. You can actually get trained on 3 levels. You can actually get trained level 1, level 2, level 3. Each of these certification course consists of 1 video with a few questions. 1 video, few questions, 2 video, few questions. That's all. Total level 1, level 2, level 3, you can finish in 2-3 hours can be done. You get 3 certificates. Not like the certificates are going to help you in any other way, except once you complete this, you can then apply for the Magic School Pioneer Program and become an ambassador. You can apply for this and become an ambassador. And if you make it, if you are selected, you get free t-shirt, you get free cap, and most importantly, you get free access to all of this. That's the main goal. You get free access to all of this. Because now you're an ambassador. Okay. So at least there's one tool that allows us to work towards a free access, like instead of everything $20, $20, $20. Okay. All right. So one last thing before we break for tea would be, now you've created your lesson plan. You've created some artifacts, image, video, etc. But you need to create one more thing before you can close the loop. Right? As a teacher, what do you need to do to close the loop? You need to assess the learning. And again, here you can actually use ChatGPT to help you. Very quickly, you can come up with a whole list of questions to help you. So we are on the same chat as earlier, so we don't need to give so much context. It understands the whole thing. So we're just going to go back and say, based on the initial lesson plan that you output, assessment questions of differing types. So I'm not specifying. I can specify if I want MCQ. I can specify if I want a discussion question, but I'm just letting it decide for now. Okay, 3 assessment questions of different types so that UDL can be achieved. What is UDL again? You remember? You know, I know you know. What is UDL? Universal Design for Learning, because you've got many different types of people in your class. Okay, so let's see what it does. It will now give you should give you something. It's thinking a bit. We give you one multiple choice, one true, false, and one short answer. Good enough for one lesson, right? I know, I made a mistake. The multiple choice, I know we use 5 options here, but we don't. We use 4, so by default it gave me 4. Okay. Which I can correct very easily. So again, I just want you to remember and realize that what we're doing is we're not cheating anybody, we're not cheating. We're just using a tool to help us get things done faster. We can sit down and come up with this entire lesson plan ourselves. It's something that you have been doing all your whole life, your whole teaching life. Interns, this is something you'll be doing in the future. Yeah, this is something that it is part of teaching. You create lesson plans all the time. You prepare lessons. The use of an AI tool is simply to help us do this faster, better, more efficiently. That's all. It is still you. It is still your thinking that has created this. The AI is just, it is like the car, right? The car, you drive a car. It is your thinking that is going to take you and tell you to turn left, turn right, and reach your destination. But it's the car that is carrying you. You can walk 5 hours to Uluwatu. Where are you going to? Batikla. 5 hours only. Can walk. But I get in the car. I use the car, take me there. Okay. Now, if you were, let's say, this is in class. You're doing all of this in class. You're playing the video in class. You're going to, you're asking questions, etc. What happens if you want to give this as homework to your students on the LMS platform that we saw earlier? I need to see how to pronounce it. What if you use that? E-Taxalaw. What if you use this and you want to give some homework to your class? Or some of you said you use Google Classroom. You want to use Google Classroom to give homework to your class. Then you just need to put these questions and things there. And students can answer them. Okay. Are you ready to now present your work for the day? If you are, then you can go and have some tea and coffee. And we'll come back and then you can do your presentations. Okay. If you're nervous about your presentation, don't have tea and coffee. Sit down here and prepare. Oh, go and bring your tea and sit down here. Tea supposedly calms you down. So go bring your tea and sit down here. Okay. But no escaping. Dr. Roshan, can we lock all the hotel doors? All right, see you in about 15 minutes. Nothing, just bring your computer, come here, give you the cable, you plug in, you talk us through what you did. That's all. You don't have to teach a class here. You just talk us through what you did. Your thought process as you use ChatGPT to develop a lesson plan, create a video, create an image, create assessment. You just talk us through that. Okay. Boleh? Boleh? Boleh means can. Boleh when you ask it in a question in Malaysia. Boleh means can. But if I say boleh, as in a question, I'm asking you, can? Yeah, we've got some people who have gone to Malaysia to do their PhD, so they know boleh, tak boleh. Yeah. All right, so guys, go. Don't let the tea get cold and the food get hard. Sorry? One word. Boleh. Ah, yeah. Makan is the other one. Makan means food. So, yes, makan. Please makan. But, both of them did their PhDs in Malaysia. So they were there for 2 years. They were there for 3, 4 years there. Guys, you all don't want tea. We can go straight to presentation, is it? We can go straight to. We'll get some peer feedback and see. Only constructive feedback allowed. Okay. So I think since our first volunteer is not around, we will go to number 2. Where was number 2? I like how you're actively ignoring me. Okay, between the both of you, they select one person. Excellent. Come. Whoever's computer is not dead, come. Come. Come on, teacher. Teachers cannot be. Come, teacher. Come. Maybe she needs some support. Come on, give her some. Come. Do not worry. It's not an exam. Does your computer have the HDMI on it? I like how she's actively ignoring me again. Does the computer have HDMI on it? Okay, it's okay. We got the other adapter. C, C. USB. Come. We will keep you, since you're a little bit shy, we'll hold you on for a bit. You will be. Come. Yes, you. It's okay if it's not complete, guys. Don't worry. If it's not complete, it's fine. We just want to tell you what you've done. Give some feedback, looking at some. Sorry? It's fine. You can walk us through the chat GPT. You've made a video after that as well, right? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, you can come, you can leave it here. You can connect it here. Your son's laptop. I guessed as much. Okay, remember it's simple. Just talk us through the process, the prompt for the lesson plan. Just talk us through the lesson plan. Tell us why you are happy with that. And from there, maybe how you created a video from it and whatever items you created for it. Okay. Eventually, how are you planning to assess the learner as well? Yeah. You need to join the meeting, Indra. He doesn't need to join the meeting. The camera can capture. Okay. Cool. Okay, whenever you're ready. Oh. Okay.
Thank you. And yeah, I was planning for a lesson for the teacher trainees, and it's basically on micro teaching. And these are the things that GPT gave me. Actually, according to my instruction, I mean the prompt, I got all the stuff like this: the introduction, the main contents, and the activities as well. And as the assignment, I asked for this assessment as well, where I got a beautiful one, design in a micro teaching lesson. So I never expected such a beautiful one. It's like,
Why do you consider this beautiful?
maybe like after 3 days, I'm good at prompting, maybe.
No, but why do you consider this as beautiful one?
Because this is exactly what I wanted from my students.
Okay.
So it's because of you, because of your guidance,
3
I
days,
think I'm really good at
3 days,
prompting.
people, 3 days.
Yeah, so yeah, actually it's your guidance, and like I feel that I'm really good at prompting, because at the very beginning I really didn't get what I wanted, but now it's like so beautiful.
Very good, very good.
And the video it's over here.
Okay.
Where
in the lesson do you plan to use the video? Show us the lesson plan, where you want to use
at the introductory part.
Okay.
Have you ever wondered why micro-teaching holds such a pivotal role in the education sector? Well, today we dive deep into the realm of micro-teaching, unraveling its essence and significance. Micro-teaching, a term coined in the mid-20th century, refers to a scaled-down, simulated teaching environment. It's a practice teaching method that involves a small group of learners, allowing for immediate feedback and the opportunity for the teacher to refine their teaching techniques. Picture a laboratory where a scientist experiments and makes adjustments until the perfect formula is achieved. Similarly, micro-teaching provides a safe and supportive setting for educators to experiment, learn, and improve. Now, why is micro-teaching so important? The answer lies in its unique structure and purpose. Micro-teaching focuses on honing specific teaching skills such as questioning techniques, the use of teaching aids, and classroom management, among others. It allows educators to focus on one skill at a time, perfecting it before moving on to the next. This methodical approach helps build strong and effective teaching skills in a controlled environment. Moreover, micro-teaching encourages reflection, a crucial element in the teaching process. It offers immediate feedback, enabling educators to reflect on their teaching methods and make necessary adjustments. This continuous cycle of teaching, feedback, reflection, and adjustment cultivates a culture of continuous learning and improvement among educators. Micro-teaching also acts as a confidence booster. It helps alleviate the fear and anxiety that often accompanies the thought of standing in front of a large class. By providing a safe space to practice and perfect their skills, micro-teaching helps educators gain the confidence they need to thrive in real classroom settings. So, to summarize, micro-teaching is a powerful tool in the education sector. Its importance stems from its ability to create a simulated teaching environment that focuses on refining specific teaching skills. It encourages reflection and continuous improvement, and it boosts the confidence of budding educators. It's like a rehearsal before the actual performance, ensuring that educators are well prepared and confident to take the stage. In a world where effective teaching methods are crucial for shaping young minds, micro-teaching holds the power to transform good educators into great ones. It's not just a teaching method, it's a journey of continuous learning and improvement, a journey that molds educators into masters of their craft. So remember, the magic of micro-teaching lies in its simplicity and its potential to create ripples of change in the vast ocean of education. That's all for today. Stay curious, keep learning, and remember, every great teacher was once a learner.
Good, very good.
So this is exactly what I wanted. And I think I might go for GPT-4 for the paid one because like I finished one proposal as well.
Mhm.
And then I thought, like yesterday night, I was thinking, no, I have to buy this. So thank you very much for introducing us all this.
Thank you.
I won't get another chance, so thank you again.
You will get many more chances, don't worry. You will be the trainer, the teacher after this. Okay, wait, since you came up, you need to select somebody now. I heard that. You got to eat from here, right? So you basically selected yourself.
I prepared a couple of lessons, and when it came to the video, it was a distraction. By the time I was trying to do the video, there was huge traffic, unusual traffic. But fortunately, I had done a video to trial out. So I prepared a lesson plan for that video.
Okay.
Right? And actually, this is related to linguistics. I want to highlight the functioning of brain in relation to language and how these integrated functions happen, particularly between these two areas called Wernicke's area and Broca's area. So I gave the prompt. You are an experienced teacher in the area of linguistics with 20 years of experience. Please generate a 2-hour lesson plan for a group of 20 undergraduate level students in Sri Lanka. Objective of the lesson is to introduce the students how brain works in producing and comprehending language. Highlight the symphonic relationship between the Broca's area and Wernicke's area. At the end of the lesson, I want to show my students a short video of around 2 minutes to consolidate what they have learned. This is the prompt I have given, and this is the lesson plan I received. And then at the end, I wanted ChatGPT to give me a MCQ assessment as well, 4 items. So that is also there.
You also got only the 4 options, you didn't get 5 options.
No. Yeah.
I think by default, if you don't specify 5, you get
Yeah.
4.
So this is the video.
So where in the lesson plan is the video coming in introduction?
Video coming at the end.
And okay,
Yes,
this is the end. Okay, cool.
That's what I have asked.
Okay.
At the end, I want to show them a video.
Right. Okay.
How does brain, a 3-pound mass of jelly-like substance, decipher the complex codes of language, transforming squiggles on a page or vibrations in the air into meaningful communication? It's a question that's puzzled scientists for centuries. Now let's dive into the fascinating world of neuroscience to find answers. Consider the brain as a grand orchestra. Different sections have their roles, each playing a unique part, and together they create the symphony of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. 2 of these sections, or brain regions, play crucial roles in the processing of language. They are known as Broca's area and Wernicke's area, named after the pioneering scientists who discovered them. Broca's area, located in the frontal lobe of the brain, is like the composer of our language orchestra. It's responsible for the production of speech. It organizes words into grammatically correct sentences and gives them rhythm and fluency. Damage to Broca's area can lead to a condition known as Broca's aphasia, where a person might understand language perfectly, but struggles to articulate words or form coherent sentences. On the other hand, Wernicke's area, nestled in the superior temporal gyrus, acts like the conductor of the orchestra, interpreting the notes of language. It processes incoming speech, deciphers the meaning of words and sentences, and allows us to comprehend what we're hearing or reading. If Wernicke's area gets damaged, it can result in Wernicke's aphasia, a condition where a person can speak fluently, but the words may not make sense, or they might have difficulty understanding spoken or written language. In essence, Broca's and Wernicke's areas work in harmony to enable the intricate dance of language processing. Broca's area, the composer, creates the melody of our speech, orchestrating words into sentences with rhythm and fluency. Meanwhile, Wernicke's area, the conductor, ensures the orchestra plays in tune, interpreting the notes of language to give them meaning. One fascinating aspect of these regions is their adaptability. The brain is a marvel of plasticity, and when one area gets damaged, other regions can sometimes take over their functions. a phenomenon known as neuroplasticity. This ability to adapt and change is a testament to the incredible resilience and complexity of our brains. To sum up, the brain's processing of language is a sophisticated symphony, with Broca's and Wernicke's areas playing key roles. Broca's area orchestrates the production of speech, while Wernicke's area deciphers the meaning of incoming speech. Together, they enable us to communicate, understand, and connect with the world around us. But remember, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The brain's language processing involves many other regions and networks, all working in concert, playing the beautiful symphony of human communication. This is the extraordinary world of neuroscience, where every discovery uncovers new mysteries and deepens our understanding of the human brain, the most complex and fascinating organ in the known universe.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any feedback? Anyone? Okay, so can you go back to the prompt again? The prompt and the response. No, this. Let's cancel this. Let us scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, stop here. Okay. Very well done. Just wanted to point out something. Because you did not give it the learning outcome, right? It has decided to take this and create its own outcome objective, which is good, except that in pedagogy, in teaching and learning, when we write learning outcomes, we never use the word understand. By the end of this lesson, students will understand is a no. You know why? Interns, you all are just learning this in college. Why do we not use the word understand? Sorry? We cannot measure somebody's understanding. Right? Exactly. So we don't use the word understand to write learning outcomes. But this fellow probably, although you told him he's an experienced teacher, but maybe he's not an experienced instructional designer. So except for that, I think that part, which is why when it comes out, the output comes out, we must be the oversight. We must provide that oversight to it. Or something else? No? Okay. Okay, very well done. Before you go back, please select somebody. Select your friend. Ah, you met two new people just now, right? Who are the two new people you met today?
Oh, I met. I don't.
You have technical difficulties.
From Somali girls.
Ah, okay. So she's the one who's been selected to come now. Miss. Oh, you also got with the problems. Oh my gosh. Everybody's got. Okay, we have a very good volunteer. Come. So the two people who met him earlier, be prepared. He might just call you. Everybody's going to turn off your computer now, is it? Thank you, sir. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Sound is not working. Sound for the video. Okay. So later when you're doing the video, we transfer this to the phone so you can project your phone there. Can. I can do all that, don't worry. I got the devices here. I can connect this to your phone C, right? Connect this. Hey, Hansika calling you. Can you please tell Hansika to call later? Okay, carry on. Start first.
Hi, everyone. This is regarding brain functions of human. First of all, I entered.
Maybe it's very urgent.
Yeah, it's from office. I entered this prompt in the ChatGPT, and I got this lesson plan. But this lesson plan, there are some mistakes, and that the second outcome is understand, the functions of
Okay,
each
let's
part.
pause for a while. If you get this, what would you change this to? What do you change understand
Yeah,
to?
I copied this and paste in Gemini
Uh-huh.
and asked to verify this lesson plan. The suggestions are the following. Some instances are mentioned, and after that, I asked the Gemini revise this lesson plan and give the proper one.
Okay.
So the lesson plan is revised. Understanding is changed to.
Whenever you want to, we of course want to test people's understanding, but we cannot measure it. So if I want to test how much you understand something, I need to ask you to explain it to me. So the learning outcome here is explained. Right? Good. Gemini is very intelligent. Very good.
This revised. After that, this is a brain diagram, but this image is not suitable for students, but I got this one also. After that, assessment, I got three assessment for each outcome. This is from Gemini. After that, this is a script. This is created by ChatGPT for video.
Play the video.
Yeah, video is
here.
Sound is not playing.
Sound is not playing. Okay. Just click on the volume icon. Let's see where it's connected to. Just check this one. Maybe sound is not playing on your computer, but maybe when you connect it to this. No, no. Let's see. When you connect it to the. Oh, this one. Okay, try and see it might play because there you go.
See and experience the world. The answer lies within the intricate workings of the human brain. The human brain, marvel of biology, is the most complex object in the known universe. It's the command center for everything we do, think, and feel. It's the source of our intelligence, emotions, creativity, and memories. But what are the different parts of this marvel, and what do they do? The cerebrum, the largest part of the brain, takes up about 2/3 of the brain's total weight. It's divided into 2 hemispheres and is responsible for controlling our voluntary movements, thoughts, reasoning, and perception. The cerebrum is indeed the powerhouse of our consciousness. Next, we have the cerebellum, located at the back of the brain. This small but mighty part of the brain coordinates movement, balance, and posture. If you can walk in a straight line or touch your nose with your eyes closed, you have your cerebellum to thank. Moving on, we find the brainstem, the bridge connecting the brain to the spinal cord. This vital part of the brain regulates basic functions such as breathing, heart rate, and digestion. It also serves as a pathway for nerve signals, ensuring the brain and body communicate effectively. Then there's the hypothalamus, nestled below the thalamus. This essential part of the brain controls hunger, thirst, body temperature, and the release of hormones from the pituitary gland. It's our body's own thermostat and hunger control center. Lastly, let's not forget the thalamus, the brain's relay station. It transmits sensory signals such as sight, sound, touch, and taste to the cerebral cortex for processing. Without it, our perception of the world would be greatly diminished. But the brain isn't just about its parts. It's also about how these parts work together. Neurons, the building blocks of the nervous system, transmit electrical impulses and communicate with each other through synapses, forming complex networks. Synapses allow signals to be passed from one neuron to another through the release of chemical neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters play a crucial role in regulating mood, memory, and other cognitive functions. To sum it up, the human brain is a marvel of complexity, with its various parts working together seamlessly to control our every action and thought. Its components, the cerebrum, cerebellum, brainstem, hypothalamus, thalamus, neurons, synapses, and neurotransmitters, all play vital roles in making us who we are. So next time you marvel at a beautiful piece of art, solve a complex problem, or simply enjoy a meal, remember, it's all thanks to the intricate workings of your extraordinary brain. Join us on our journey as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the human mind. Thank you for tuning in, and remember, the mind is indeed a universe within us all.
Okay. Very good. Any feedback, any comments? I think that was a marvelous voice. Yeah. Anybody wants to add anything? Any comments, anything? And then what was your assessment for this? How would you assess the student for this? At the end of the lesson?
This is assessment part. First one is MCQ. Second one is, sorry.
Not connected. Okay.
First one is MCQ. Second one is short answer. Third one is group activity, reflection and collaboration. This is a group work. This is for another outcomes. Also matching and open-ended and scenario-based application. Third one is, this is a summary of assessment.
Okay.
This is generated by Gemini.
Okay. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is really, really eye-opening and learning experience for me. This is first time I wanted to get this experience. Anyway, I missed the chance, so I came here to get this experience with this my very novice person. So based on your guidance, my first prompt is completely different. I was rushed and just I want to get how they respond to my unprepared response. And after your guidance, so I carefully written, you are a teacher, so I put 25, I think you put 25 years experience, and I put lesson plan for first year Bachelor of Education specified, and then age, and then the other one is lesson is on a multi-level teaching is the topic to be practiced in the regular primary classroom. So I wanted to give some, this is multi-level teaching is targeting special needs children. So I specially put the regular primary classroom, and the other one is 2 hours suitable activities I purposely entered. And then in I wanted to put 2 learning outcomes, explain what is multi-level teaching to be practiced at the primary level classroom, and the other one is shall be able to discuss the importance of the multi-level teaching. So I expected how they respond, how the ChatGPT respond about these 2 learning outcomes, whether they are giving me 2 learning outcomes, but all the time objective. So I thought this is not very practical in the Sri Lankan context. So then I asked the next prompt.
So please explain that being a predominantly American product, the word outcome is less used learning outcomes is very popular here in Asia. And I think it's a British, the Americans like to use the word objective. So sometimes if you want a prompt, you can actually tell it that we use the terms learning outcome. So change all objectives to outcomes. You can say that. It means the same thing. It's just using a different terminology.
Yeah,
Being
here in Sri Lanka, we are very sensitive.
Oh
on
yes,
this
so
even.
are we in Malaysia.
That's not very good when you compare to Japan. They don't care about learning outcomes, just one objective. Now, even in the university level, all the time we are training them how to write learning outcomes. Even in the teacher guides, we are wasting time to create learning outcomes rather content.
Yeah.
So that's the disaster here. But anyway, I wanted to do that prompt is not there actually. So I asked them whether you can give me specific learning outcomes based on the given object.
I think he can help you to find it. I think he made your screen bigger. So
I asked, given objective should be rewrite as learning outcomes. My goodness, gave me very good ones: define, discuss, analyze, demonstrate, and reflect. So I'm very satisfied in the Sri Lankan context, sorry. Because I'm training how to write learning outcomes, and maybe that's a problem.
Good.
And then the other one, I think, is it possible to generate a whiteboard plan for this lesson? This is also my Japanese experience. I did my all studies in Japan. The lesson plan is a must for the blackboard plan is a must for the lesson plan. So I wanted to know how they respond this. Not bad. Not necessary to give me the learning outcomes to be communicated through the via.
Okay, can I just make a comment here, because you're coming at this point, you're coming at it with the blackboard plan, which is something predominantly Japanese teaching learning practice. And in your mind, in our mind, that's very clear. We know what the whiteboard, blackboard plan is. When you're putting it in here, maybe if you are just prompted a little bit more, saying, if you go down to the prompt again, maybe go up to the prompt a little bit. Yeah, so if you could just say, is it possible to generate a whiteboard plan according to the Japanese theories of it? It gives a little bit more context again. Because in our head, we are very clear what the blackboard plan is. Poor fellow doesn't know. So we must be conscious of that in prompting.
Yeah, this is the blackboard plan. I was unable to design that image. I tried, but I didn't get proper response. And then they
3.5
taught me how to do that.
The 3.5 doesn't draw it out.
Sometimes I've noticed is that you take this this ASCII code image and you copy it, paste it in Copilot for some other one with more associated with Microsoft. And you say, okay, now that make this in tabular form so that I can cut it, paste it with. And sometimes
okay, then they gave me kind of the proposals are there to why not you create a mind map. Then I tried to do that. That is not very satisfied. I expected real mind map, like the basic thing.
For the paid version, the paid version might be able to do something like that.
Yeah. That I didn't really so how can I again I asked and that this is that video is there, but unfortunately the video is not very satisfied version. Unfortunately, this computer is programmed to the sounds come to the headset. So
we can modify that, don't worry. Temporarily we'll modify that so that the sound comes from.
So we tried, no?
Yeah, I just get it to work out effectively. Maybe there's something simpler that is creating challenges.
Something simple, just
this is maybe simple problem.
Simple problem. Solve it. Play it around. Yeah, should be all right.
That teachers use to make sure that every student gets to learn in their own unique way. Imagine a classroom where every student is different. Some might be quick to understand, while others might need a bit more time or a different approach. And that's perfectly okay. That's where multi-level teaching steps in. It's like a magical toolbox full of different teaching strategies to help every student shine. Think of it as a treasure hunt. Everyone's looking for the same treasure, knowledge, but we all have different maps. Some might use a straight path, while others might prefer a winding road. And that's the beauty of multi-level teaching. It appreciates and caters to these differences. Now picture this. You're working on a project with a group of friends. Some might be good at drawing, others might be great at research, and some might be excellent storytellers. In the world of multi-level teaching, all these skills are equally important and valued. It encourages cooperation, understanding, and teamwork. So what's the magic formula of multi-level teaching? It's simple. Respect for individual differences, a variety of teaching methods, and a supportive learning environment where everyone gets to learn at their own pace. It's like a rainbow with different colors representing different ways of learning, all coming together to create a beautiful learning experience. And just like that, we've reached the end of our journey today. Remember, multi-level teaching is all about appreciating and nurturing individual learning styles, using a variety of teaching methods, and fostering a cooperative learning environment. It's a magical way of learning where everyone gets to shine in their own unique way. So next time you're in class, remember, you're part of this wonderful world of.
Oh, this is very nice. I wanted to get some, give a change at the beginning of the class. What is defining multi-level teaching? This is very nice. And I think I put some assessment thing as well.
This is my lesson plan, and this is my prompt, what I edited. So still we have 3 months experience. We are joining new. We are interns, so we have 3-month experience. That's why I put like that. I think when it comes to objectives, the first one is identify the key features of word processing software, but we can't measure, only identify. If it's better, identify and write like that. So in addition, here those are the methods. And here there is assessment also. And next I use to this one, create a video. And, this is not I made the prompt. I'm not taking the prompt from ChatGPT. The can't export because it's want the license. That's why.
That it's on the screen. Any of you who got stuck at this point, it's not that you can't export, but when you try to export, this is what you need to do. So you need to bring it to the free version. So you must keep exploring. All we did today is really only explore the surface.